Hi, welcome to CC1 Your Best Online. Stay tuned for today's segment, The Conspiracy Geographic, coming in with the track Global Warming by Ruben Ice.
Perilous times are increase. So Jesus Christ say, man only shall increase, but man shall destroy himself. Believe it. Where did the sunshine go? Nobody seemed to know. Where did the cool breeze went through the vent. Earth crisis, plaguing the land. For the things they have done, corrupted your plan, instigate for the dollar, yeah. Global warming, sweeping the earth. Global warming, a horror they deserve. The deceitfulness gone, having their fun. Commercial business they carry on, don't care about your people. They profit on, making millions, trillions. Global warming, global warming. Say I read prophecy, read it clearly. Destruction is on its reality. Why fight your plan? Oh Babylon, say driver on creation. Global warming, sweeping the earth. Global warming, a horror they deserve. Global warming, sweeping the earth. Global warming, a horror they deserve. Look at it, conscious, they move and safe. Destroy one another day by day, keep on multiplying on and on, taking it out on creation. Global warming, global warming, global warming, sweeping the earth. Global warming, a horror they deserve. Trust in God, do so sincerely. That way we'll be free, new heavens and earth handed down. For them who escape from a Gideon. Global warming, global warming. Crying to be free, creation crying to be free. Ain't from this captivity, from your bondage and corrupted ideas. Gonna put my plea to God, you be judged for corruption, for destruction. Satan, rule the kings of the earth.
Alright, that track is the introduction of today's document, The Conspiracy. Click the link CC1 Your Best Online. Click the link on your device. Thanks for tuning in.
Miss Zira English, your host and narrator.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. As said on ZC1 Radio, today's document is titled The Conspiracy Geographic. Introduction. This document is meant to establish the fact of what is stated in the scriptures concerning the corruption of the earth in a geographic way, with reference to what is written in the Bible pertaining to the book of Romans 8 verse 21, because the creation itself also will be delivered from the bondage of corruption, into the glorious liberty of the children of God. This action of corruption is boldly administered with diverse applications that is acknowledged as innovativeness. The document is not aimed to provide a cure to the corruption, as a cure towards the corruption is out of reach due to the administration and applications. However, the document is meant to encourage people to be aware of their environment and the innovative activities that are administered, which are inflicting hazardous threats in numerous ways that are going unnoticed and unattended. Acknowledgement. The pivot of attraction is the creative acts that God created, which was created by Him for our service and convenience, and for us to acknowledge Him for who He is and for the things He have done. This extends to the fact that God will provide a new heaven and a new earth, as the present heaven and earth is corrupt according to the wording written in the book of Romans 8 verse 21. That fact is evident in the outer space activities and the debris stored in space, likewise the condition of Earth, where a lot of debris is stored in quantity and contaminated quality in a prolific manner. The activities of corruption is to illustrate the fact that Satan is corrupting the earth towards destroying the earth. The economic and commercial system have the attachments for the incentive of Satan's plot of destruction. Table of Contents. Chapter 1 Geographic. Chapter 2 Geographic Wonders. Chapter 3 Exploration. Chapter 4 The Administration. Chapter 5 Impact. Chapter 6 Living on Sea. Chapter 7 Underworld. Chapter 8 Nuclear Waste. Chapter 9 Global Warming. Chapter 10 Ozone Depletion. Chapter 11 Earthquakes. Chapter 12 Odyssey. Chapter 13 The Foundation. Chapter 14 Elite Slaves. Chapter 15 The Day the Earth Stood Still. Chapter 16 Conclusion. Chapter 1 Geographic. The geographic structure and nature of our world gives evidence of the majestic craftsmanship of God, which was given to us by Him for our support, comfort, and liberty. The composition of the elements of what we know is a marvel in our eyesight, as we cannot perceive how to create any of the creative attachments that God created. The structuring of the earth began from what is known as the original chaos interpretation, which title is designated to the fact that the earth was without form and void, meaning that elements were not arranged in the order of what we bear witness to today. The elements before the arrangement were intermingled or compounded unarranged, or to be more explicit, mixed up. The date of the creation of the earth is not stipulated with a definite accuracy but is approximated. The approximated consideration I prefer not to state, as it is not related to the definitive with precise accuracy. Scientists, explorers, and scholars have been in research towards the time when the earth was created to come about with a definitive consideration. This action they are attempting at towards determining a direct definitive I consider a futile attempt, as that information belongs to God. If it was God will for us to know the time when the earth was created. Adam and Eve at their creation would have been furnished with that knowledge to educate the generations to follow after them. Science have some good benefits and some obscure benefits. In highlighting the latter, it is foolishness in my opinion to search out the date when the earth was created. That time in so doing could be spent in a more fruitful venture, in sourcing the date of the creation of the earth and knowing it. What is the profitability of that information to humanity? It represents knowledge of the time when the earth was created. The effort and money spent to source the date of the creation of the earth could and should have been contributed to the elevation of humanity in other critical areas, where definitely humanity would benefit and be sustained. The composition of elements of the earth would consist of iron, oxygen, silicon, magnesium, and tectonic plates. Is also termed as the lithosphere. The earth might appear as if made up of one giant rock, but it is made up of parts or layers likened to an onion. The layers are the crust, mantle, outer core, and inner core. The outer core is of interest to its nature and composition. The outer core is in a liquid state with a temperature of 5,000 degrees Celsius. This layer is made up of iron and nickel. The iron and nickel are in a liquid state due to the 5,000 degrees Celsius temperature and intense heat. Due to the liquidity profile, it represents interest in the nature of the composition. The earth crust is made up of several elements, such as oxygen composing 46.6%, silicon 27.7%, aluminum 8.1%, iron 5%, calcium 3.6%, sodium 2.8%, potassium 2.6%, and magnesium 2.1%. With reference to the element, it is factual that our vitamin and supplemental resources are provided by the Earth. There are theories towards the composition of the Earth. A French photometrist, Pierre Bouguer, suggested that the Andes could not represent a protuberance of rock sitting on a solid platform. According to his theory, a plumb line should be deflected from the true vertical by a proportional gravitational attraction of the mountain range. Sir George Everest is a Freemason of the Neptune Lodge. He also joined the Prince of Wales Lodge located in London. He was initiated on 20th February 1829. He surveyed the south of the Himalayas, stating that there was a lack of compensating mass beneath the visible mountain ranges. With reference to the theory of isostasy, which states that there is a mass above sea level which is supported below sea level, and there is a certain depth at which the total weight per unit area is equal all around the Earth, this is known as the depth of compensation, according to this particular theory. The Airy hypothesis states that the Earth's crust is a more rigid shell floating on a liquid substratum of greater density. Sir George Biddle Airy, the founder of the theory, further laments that the Earth's crust has a uniform density of which the thickness of the crustal layer is not uniform, suggesting that the thicker parts of the Earth's crust sink deeper into the substratum, while the thinner parts are supported by it. This hypothesis claims that mountains have roots below the surface that are much larger than their surface expression. The previously mentioned substratum is an underlying layer or substance, in particular a layer of rock or soil beneath the surface of the ground. John Henry Pratt assumed the Pratt hypothesis, suggesting that the Earth's crust has a uniform thickness below sea level, with its base everywhere supporting an equal weight per unit area at a depth of compensation. He is saying that areas of the Earth have a lesser density and mountain ranges project higher above sea level than do those of greater density. Vaco Alexandri Hayes Cannon came about the Hayes Cannon hypothesis, which states that approximately 2/3 of the topography is compensated by the root formation, and 1/3 by the Earth's crust, above the boundary between the crust and the substratum. The theories represent the thoughts and ideas that people have about God's creative act towards the Earth. The theories are not relevant to the substantial fact of the creative nature of God's works. That is what I was saying previously. A lot of time and money is spent on research that could be used for more beneficial purposes. This is an avenue that is elaborated on a lot in studies, which is sourcing how God created his attachments. Instead, the better option should be sourcing the nature of fearing God and obeying his commandments. Some of these people enter into areas where, if substantial information is not sorted, can mislead people into developing misbelief in the creative acts of God. To this effect, the Purport of Zion Connection production books and videos are aimed to highlight that Satan is using people in his quest to source facts about the creative acts of God for his purpose, and at the same time for people to defile themselves in some way or another. The Earth's surface is covered by 70% of water, oceans. Fresh water exists in lakes and rivers and as water vapor in the atmosphere, which contributes to the weather pattern. The mantle under the crust is about 1,800 miles deep, and is composed of silicate rocks rich in magnesium and iron. Intense heat causes the rocks to rise. When the mantle pushes through the crust, volcanoes erupt. The center of the Earth has the core, which comprises two parts, namely, the inner core of iron, which has a radius of about 760 miles, about 1,220 kilometers. It is surrounded by a liquid outer core composed of a nickel-iron alloy. The outer core is about 1,355 miles, 2,180 kilometers, thick. The inner core spins at a different speed than the rest of the planet. This action of the core is suggested to cause the Earth's magnetic field. Wikipedia has a definite description of the Earth, as 29.2% of Earth's surface is land consisting of continents and islands. The remaining 70.8% is covered with water, mostly by oceans, seas, gulfs, and other salt water bodies, but also by lakes, rivers, and other fresh water, which together constitute the hydrosphere. Much of Earth's polar regions are covered in ice. Earth's atmosphere consists mostly of nitrogen and oxygen. More solar energy is received by tropical regions than polar regions and is redistributed by atmospheric and ocean circulation. Greenhouse gases also play an important role in regulating the surface temperature. A region's climate is not only determined by latitude, but also by elevation and proximity to moderating oceans, among other factors. Severe weather, such as tropical cyclones, thunderstorms, and heat waves, occurs in most areas and greatly impacts life. Earth's gravity interacts with other objects in space, especially the Moon, which is Earth's only natural satellite. Earth orbits around the Sun in about 365.25 days. Earth's axis of rotation is tilted with respect to its orbital plane, producing seasons on Earth. The gravitational interaction between Earth and the Moon causes tides, stabilizes Earth's orientation on its axis, and gradually slows its rotation. Earth is the densest planet in the solar system and the largest and most massive of the 4 rocky planets. What have to be respected is the fact that God created us and the Earth for our habitation. To the nature of this fact, how would a person feel towards another person sourcing and analyzing their personal business, and in so doing dismantling their business, and compounding the analysis according to their understanding, where friction could be an application in the analysis? At times this act is committed by people, in our language mining people's business. This is what Satan has these scientists doing, mining God's business. Our part on earth is to enjoy what we are gifted with by God. Instead, there are people trying to manipulate the creative acts with their own application and theories. These applications and theories would eventually encourage exploration, based on skepticism. With that attitude and ambition, the process of innovation and invention would follow, which activity is the cause for the corrupting of the earth. We have to appreciate that God created the earth and its contents. With that attitude of appreciation, the earth and humanity would be in the best condition. Chapter 2. Geographic Wonders. The geographic wonders of the world are considered to be the explicit executive acts of God to our human definition, which is evidence of itself to affirm that God is the Almighty. The following photos and descriptions would support the affirmation, which are some of the wondrous acts of God. Danakil Depression, Ethiopia. The Danakil Depression is located in the northern part of the Afar Triangle in Ethiopia, which is over a hot spring culminating from the alliance of 3 tectonic plates. Also significant is the Danakil Alps, a region in Ethiopia and Eritrea which have peaks ranging from 1,000 meters in height, and approximately 40 and 70 kilometers wide. Mount Kilimanjaro. Mount Kilimanjaro is located in the Kilimanjaro National Park in Tanzania, and is the highest mountain in the world with a height of 5,895 meters above sea level, and lies 205 miles from the equator. In early exploration it was reported the glaciers were seen on the top of the mountain. Tibetan Plateau, China. The Tibetan Plateau height is 16,400 feet, located in western China, and is bounded by the Himalayan mountains. Theory suggests that this crust was formed from folds and thrusts of rocks. Rock-hewn churches, Lalibela, Ethiopia. King Lalibela in the 12th century constructed the hewn churches which were formed from a solid rock. There are 11 monolithic churches constructed from a single rock. These churches are located 645 kilometers from Addis Ababa. Antelope Canyon, Arizona, USA. Antelope Canyon features are formed by flash flooding along the slots. Rainfall rushes down slope through passages formed by erosion due to the rainfall. Pamukkale, Turkey. Pamukkale in Turkey is also known as Cotton Castle. The source of the waters are from a hot spring that generate temperatures ranging from 35 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. It is also known as Cleopatra's Pool, as it is conjectured that the Egyptian queen is said to have swum there. Grand Canyon, Arizona, USA. The Grand Canyon was formed by the Colorado River, and the Colorado River eroded down into the underlying rock. The Blue Hole, Belize. The Blue Hole is a gigantic sinkhole located at the coast of Belize with dimensions of 984 feet in breadth and 407 feet in depth. The formation of the Blue Hole was formed by limestone, of which the limestone dissolved. The Door to Hell, Turkmenistan. The Door to Hell is located in Turkmenistan. Natural gas is part of the formation of this world wonder. In 1971, geologists set the crater on fire to dissolve the natural gas. In doing so, the fire is still alight to this day. Crystal Cave, Mexico. The Crystal Cave in Mexico has carved ice crystals with dimensions of 40 feet in length and 13 feet in diameter. The crystals are known as selenite crystals that weigh up to 55 tons. The crystal's growth is due to the high temperature of approximately 136 degrees Fahrenheit. Sala de Uyuni, Bolivia. The Sala de Uyuni is a salt flat with a dimension of 4,086 square miles. The salt flat was formed by flooding and drying. The floods brought minerals into the Sala, and during the course the minerals with the content salt dried, forming the body of the Sala, which contains 50 to 70% of the world's lithium resources. Kilauea Volcano, Hawaii, USA. This world wonder is located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You can walk up to the area where the lava is present. Fumaroles Yellowstone, Wyoming, USA. The Yellowstone fumaroles releases gases such as carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide. There are minerals with acidic gases and dense with high temperatures. Simien Mountains, Ethiopia. The Simien Mountains was formed from erosion, which has made it one of the world's most intriguing sites. The landscape consists of sharp precipices, deep valleys, and mountain peaks. The park is home to animals such as the Ethiopian wolf, Gelada baboon, and the Walia ibex, which is a goat that is found in no other part of the world. Okavango Delta. Okavango Delta is located in Botswana, where the Okavango River reaches a tectonic trough in the central region of the Kalahari Basin. The region has a diverse animal habitation of baboons, elephants, cheetahs, buffaloes, lions, rhinoceroses, hippopotamus, and the greater kudu. Nile River. The Nile River is located in northeast Africa. labeled as the longest river in the world with a length of 6,695 kilometers. The Nile River is often attached with Egypt, but it flows through other countries, which are Tanzania, Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Eritrea, South Sudan. The Nile River name originated from the Greek word Nialos, which means valley. Ngorongoro Crater. Ngorongoro Crater is regarded as a World Heritage Site, which is located in Tanzania. The surface of the crater is made up of grassland, and is also credited as one of the 7 wonders of Africa. Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji is made up of 3 volcanoes. There are 4 different trails to climb Mount Fuji. There are also 5 lakes surrounding the mountain, and there are 8 peaks at the crater of Mount Fuji. These wonders establish the fact that God's creative acts are substantial. With reference to the theories given in the previous chapter, it is optimistic to the effect that the descriptions are the ideas that serve as contributions to educating people, which in my opinion in some cases are fictitious, as the view of the descriptions are what the theorists think of God's creative acts. They should, however, complement the creative acts of God, and give thanks for the creative acts, accepting the creative acts of God for what they are and towards the serving of humanity. With reference to this chapter and the advertising of geographic wonders, that should be the limit pertaining to findings. On the other side of the coin, it is good to source fact for progress towards humanity, as findings would aid and assist the direction of humanity's progress. As said previously, with the creation of Adam and Eve, if God wanted us to know the intrinsic nature of his creative acts, that knowledge would have been given to Adam and Eve for further reference to the future generations. When special findings pertaining to theories are discovered and advertised, the glory of honoring a person for such would be viewed as secondary. There are theories that are definitely out of alignment with the structure of God compounding creative acts. The theories are to evaluate the compositing nature of creative acts. This is an avenue that Satan is utilizing through science to know the nature of creative acts. With Satan knowing the nature of creative acts, he can configure creative acts according to his agenda's purport and efficiency. Satan, when he was in heaven, was analyzing God, his word and works. That is how sin entered into him. He was sourcing knowledge about God and his creative acts. To prove God's works, God creates creative acts by his word. In Satan's eyesight, that method of creativity is evolution. Reason for Satan highlighting evolution as the creative act of creation. Already in the description, Freemasons are made mention. With the Freemasons in any activity, would mean corruption is in the midst, as they are servants to Satan and his agenda. Chapter 3. Exploration. The Earth has been under exploration for many years, and to assume a time when exploration of the Earth began would be a difficult task, due to the modification of calendars over the years would contribute to this fact. There are different types of exploration done on the Earth, such as mountain, Arctic, urban, cave, ocean, desert and mineral explorations. Exploration is the act of searching for the purpose of discovery of information. In the context of geography or space, exploration is also aligned with all non-sessile animal species and humans. Mountain exploration, termed as mountaineering or alpinism, is outdoor activities that involves ascending mountains. Arctic exploration is the physical exploration of the Arctic region of the Earth, and is referred to the period when the north of the Arctic Circle was explored. Urban exploration is also known as roof and tunnel hacking, is the exploration of man-made structures, pertaining to abandoned ruins or hidden components of man-made environment. Cave exploration or speleology is the skill of exploration and study of caves. Other terms for this skill are called caving, potholing or spelunking. Ocean exploration is a part of oceanography, describing the ocean surfaces. Desert exploration is the scientific exploration of deserts and arid regions of the earth. Mineral exploration is the process of finding ores to mine. Mineral exploration is termed as a more intrinsic processing than mineral prospecting, although it uses the principle of prospecting. Exploration contributes towards sourcing elements for products and services for human life and survival, which are beneficial in some cases, and hazardous in other cases. This fact would bear focus to the oil and gas exploration category, where it is contributing to supplying oil and gas for vehicles, machinery, devices, utility services towards electricity, water, and domestic applications, also extending to the medical industry. As mentioned previously, Zion Connection production books and videos are tailored to edifying people of the Babylon system, innovative concept of product and services that is offered to people. The exploration of oil and gas is an interested subject to start with to identify the beneficial and hazardous applications of product and services. The earliest mention of oil and gas drilling was generated in China in 347 AD. The wells had depths of 790 feet and the drilling process was by way of bits attached to bamboo poles. During the course of time, Edwin Drake, who collaborated with William Smith, a renowned salt driller who had the oversight of the first oil well, which was successfully drilled on 27 August 1859 in Titusville, Pennsylvania, yielding 25 barrels a day. They are the pioneers of the oil drilling industry in the Western Hemisphere. Mention has to be made that Edwin Drake was a Freemason. He was initiated in September 1725. He was elected junior warden in the Old Lodge in York, which was renamed the Grand Lodge of England. Findings pertaining to people of prominence towards their profile of being members of the Freemason Society is an asset. This choice people embark on, as in affiliating to the Freemason Society in a lot of cases are for prestige and money. During the course of the years, diverse academic, social and educational societies that are of a satanic nature, referencing the Freemason Society, this particular society have captured a lot of attributed people. In the previous chapter, it was mentioned that Sir George Everest, a surveyor, is a Freemason. Likewise Edwin Drake, who was involved in the drilling operation of the first oil well, which was successfully drilled on 27 August 1859, was a Freemason. He was initiated in September 1725, which would provide clarity as to how Satan is using people for his use in diverse ways, to corrupt and destroy the earth. Towards fact of theory given by these people of a Freemason background, with the contribution of the theories they have published, would not be in alignment to the Word of God. The theories given by them are of a self-righteous nature. It is at a lot of times their personal opinion, which have an intellectual favor and an illume image, to miseducate people, and in so doing misconducting people, having people believing on a wrong concept. The wrong concept of exploration have led to the earth providing all of humanity needs. Analyze your daily survival sustenance and evaluate what is the compounding of element that produce the product you are utilizing. The analysis would give fact as to the compounding thereof is from the earth. With the present economic and commercial system in effect, which activity is directed to business, for the sake of innovativeness, prestige, and money, there are people who are lost to the principles of humanity, as in providing products and services which would be beneficial and sustainable. Presently the reverse is in effect, which have a critical impact on society. That is evident in the producing of products and services in our realm. The oil and gas industry would be investigated in this document, to unfold the folly and exploitation of oil and gas minerals. With reference to the first instance of oil and gas exploration, this activity was licensed in 1968, providing a division of 22 blocks to companies to conduct exploration over a 3-year period, which began on 1st January 1969. The oil and gas industry has benefits which give the impression that the product is essential, which is factual to a certain extent, as dependence on oil and gas is connected to a lot of our industrial equipment, electricity services, vehicles, appliances, utility gadgets, and devices are powered by oil and gas. What have to be noted is the fact that Freemasons are involved in some way or another. With the Freemason Society, one highlighting attraction is members are of prominence, in my opinion. The innovativeness of product and services are satanically oriented and administered. The fact of Adam and Eve creation, their attributes, raise the question towards the oil and gas industry being important, how the social system have developed during the centuries, since the sin action that took place in the Garden of Eden, facilitate the motive of the oil and gas industry. The point I am making, and driving towards is fact as the oil and gas industry, is a fabricated and elusive necessity. Basically looking at how Adam and Eve were created, they were furnished with the necessary means of transport, for example, as in with the creation of horses, camels, and donkeys. With that description, modern vehicles are not necessary. Pertaining to labor power, there are animals, for example, such as horses, oxen, elephants, and the sort. The point I am making is that they were created equipped with the necessary animal power to facilitate means for products and services. The modern day innovativeness gives the impression that the said inventions, and note the innovations and inventions, which have beneficial and at the same time adverse applications. When God created Adam and Eve, and the nature of creation to support their livelihood, there was no need for this present-day invention system. The sin action gave Satan the room. He wanted to do what we bear witness in this present social living standards. The profile of the nature of the creation that God implemented in the Garden of Eden suggests that the human race was equipped with attachments to service needs. This present modern-day system is based on demands of wants, with the structure of creation in the Garden of Eden, is proprietary to the perseverance of the earth and humanity, to avoid catastrophe as global warming and the degradation of produce, as this present system is guilty of, which is very evident as the quality of produce that the earth provides, is not to the standard of its original state. Hence it is notable that the quality of produce of the earth is evident in the degradation of quality, content and taste. This calamity is done by the exploration process, and in so doing the corruption of the earth. Reference can be sorted to this effect to the Bible as in Romans 8 verse 21, because the creation itself also will be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. The oil and gas drilling process is what the verse is highlighting. The process of oil and gas appears beneficial, but contributes to the corruption of the earth, and also is responsible for health hazards. The protection of the profile of the oil and gas process is guarded by the dollar. The money factor makes it excusable as the economic and commercial system is governed by the dollar and proud people. The manufacturing of the car have in its description the term horsepower. The term horsepower was originated by a Scottish engineer James Watt, which referred to the power of an engine. horsepower is a unit of measurement for power, which is the rate at which work is done. Therefore, the measurement of horsepower refers to what the sustained output of an engine is. The term horsepower does not refer to the power of a horse, as in, for example, if a vehicle is titled with the feature of 155 horsepower engine, that title is not designated to the efficiency of the engine of the car to 155 horses in output efficiency. The term horsepower is abbreviated as HP, which is a unit of measurement of power, which is measured in kilowatts. The term watts derived from the surname of James Watt. This term is illustrated to the effect of the description. Also, the efficiency of an engine can be described as cc, which means cubic centimeters, and is related to the amount of air and fuel that can be pushed through the cylinders in the engine. Because the idea for the car evolved from the horse, it contributed to the manufacturing of the car, with God's creative acts pertaining to the human race transportation system. God's creative acts of animals for transportation from the beginning of the creative act eliminated hazardous danger to the atmosphere, environment, and human beings. The point is, Satan seek occasion to configure the human race for his use, on this case to bring about the invention of vehicles. If Adam and Eve did not commit that sin in the Garden of Eden, it is very sure that this present system we inhabit would not be in existence. This present system is designed to corrupt and destroy the earth. Likewise, other animals such as the caterpillar, buffalo, bird, bison, and the donkey, the principle of work efficiency and the formatting of the profile of mechanisms derived from these animals. Satan converted the reality of God's creative acts into a realistic toy that have disadvantages. The disadvantages are going unnoticed to the extent that people are aware of the danger, but the prestige, convenience, and money associated with the invention make the invention a requirement, especially to the standards set in the economic and commercial capacitation. Understanding the above to the effect of the natural creative format from the Garden of Eden would educate you of how Satan undermined the creative acts of God to serve his agenda of corrupting the human race and humanity. In the beginning of creation, it is not recorded that Adam cultivated his agriculture produce with chemicals, which would be a far better produce of what we are served with today. The question is, why are mechanical inventions with hazardous effects necessary and legal? Can such inventions be made to protect humanity and the environment? Obvious questions providing clarity towards Satan's plot of corruption and destruction. Already in this document the involvement of Freemasons are evident. With that involvement, Satan is the dictator. Oil and gas exploration is a prominent profession and activity in the world of business. The prominence is related to the accumulation of the dollar. That is the main activity that generates interest. Listing of the most prominent oil and gas companies in the world are as follows. Sinopec, also known as China Petroleum and Chemical Corporation, is located in Beijing, China, with an annual gross of $377 billion. As a matter of fact, Chinese oil and gas organizations operate in more than 20 African countries. Saudi Aramco is located in Saudi Arabia. In 2018, the company grossed $111.1 billion. Aramco is also a world leader in energy and chemical integration. China National Petroleum is a state-owned oil and gas company, and is listed as the fourth largest oil and gas company in the world. Dutch Shell, also known as Shell, is an Anglo-Dutch company. In 2017, the company occupied the 11th spot on the Fortune 500 listing. ExxonMobil is a compounded title of the company after the merging of Exxon and Mobil in 1999. The company has its root foundation with Standard Oil, which was established by John Rockefeller. ExxonMobil is listed as the 7th largest revenue company. Amoco Oil Company is owned by BP since 1998. Amoco produces 13 million tons of chemical a year. The Amoco Corporation was founded in 1889, and was an American chemical and oil company. BP is a British oil and gas company located in London, which merged with the Amoco Corporation in 1998. BP developed green hydrogen production in England. Also, J.P. Morgan gave advice and encouragement to buy dividends. Total SA has its headquarters in France, and has over 900 subsidiaries with a workforce of 98,277 employees. The largest oil and gas business people are the Nobels and Rothschilds, who merged into the business termed as the British Syndicate. Distribution of lubricating oils is conducted inside and outside Europe. The Rothschild brothers invested in Russian oil fields. The official registration of their firm, which was titled the Caspian Black Sea Oil Industry and Trade Company, was on the 16th May 1883, renamed it the Caspian Black Sea Company. The Rothschilds at the end of the 1880s were leaders and exporters of Russian kerosene. The question is, what are the effects on the Earth with this volume of oil and gas exploration worldwide? Toxic and non-toxic waste are generated during the extraction, refinement, and transportation stages of oil and gas. There are also industry byproducts, such as volatile organic compounds, nitrogen, sulfur compounds, with the contribution of spoil oil which can pollute air. Spilled oil can pollute air, water, and soil. Climate warming, which is a change in the climatic conditions related to global warming. Ocean acidification is the decrease in the pH value of the Earth's ocean, caused by the uptake of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. The main cause of ocean acidification is the burning of fossil fuels. Ocean acidification is one of several causes of climate change on oceans, which also result in the rise of sea level, enhanced by the industry's emissions of greenhouse gases, like carbon dioxide, methane, and microparticulate aerosols, like black carbon. The pH value is a functional definition of pH, is the measurement of the acidity or alkalinity of a solution, commonly measured on a scale of 0 to 14. Fossil fuel is a natural fuel such as coal or gas, formed from the remains of living organisms. Greenhouse gases are gases that contribute to the greenhouse effect by absorbing infrared radiation. Carbon dioxide and chlorofluorocarbons are examples of greenhouse gases. Fossil fuel also contributes to carbon in the Earth's biosphere. The Earth biosphere is a global ecosystem, composed of living organisms, biota, and the abiotic, non-living, factors from which they derive energy and nutrients. Climate change encourages the length of the frost-free season, and the growing season, which has been increasing nationally since 1980, affecting ecosystems and agriculture. Changes in precipitation patterns have increased since 1900, but some areas have had increases greater than other areas. More winter and spring precipitation is projected for this century. Oil exploration by seismic oil companies, which involves clearing of seismic lines, dynamiting for geological excavation, which affects the aquatic environment. The aquatic environment comprises freshwater habitats like lakes, ponds, rivers, oceans, and streams, wetlands, swamp, and marine habitats including oceans, intertidal zone, reefs, and seabed. The aquatic ecosystem is the habitat for water-dependent living species including animals, plants, and microbes. Oil and gas support vessels mean increased shipping in sensitive areas. Increased shipping means more noise that can mask communications for many species, and increases the potential for collisions with marine mammals, especially whales. It also brings more pollution, and a greater possibility of oil or fuel spills from a collision. The Arctic's abundant wildlife would be impacted by offshore drilling. Oil and gas operations could release many tons of harmful pollutants into the air, and discharge dangerous chemicals into the water. Ocean noise can affect marine life. Mammals use sound to navigate, find mates, and find food in the waters of the ocean. Seismic noises, like the air gun used by oil and gas companies to explore for oil offshore, can be dangerous to these species. With these kinds of hazardous effects to the Earth and humanity, the question is, why is oil and gas a necessity? The economic and commercial system makes it a necessity. Our dependence on oil and gas is absolute as they are connected to our social lives in a lot of different ways. The point is elaborated on the fact that Satan, in his quest to escape the judgment of the lake of fire, is using this avenue of oil and gas exploration to corrupt and destroy the earth. The misconducting of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden has, in my opinion, multilateral purposes. Satan's interest is to get the throne from God. He made mention of that when he was expelled in a proud way. The influence of money acts as a barrier towards the fact that the earth and the atmosphere is corrupt due to innovativeness, and the process of innovativeness is exploited to a great extent, where manufacturers do not care about the resources they are extracting from the earth. Every single thing we use for our survival comes from the earth. People have to imagine the condition the earth is in, and at the same time make a typification of yourself working 24 hours a day every day. How would you feel after a couple of years working at a rate of 24 hours a day? The earth is complaining likewise. It is just that we are not hearing the mourning and groaning from the earth. In the Bible, the mourning and groaning is expressed in the book of Romans 8 verse 21, quote, "Because the creation itself also will be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God." Take note of the expression in the verse, bondage of corruption. The bondage is the demands of the economic and commercial system, and the corruption is business, generated and pivoted by money. A lot of corruptible manufacturing is taking place in diverse areas. The money and some people's self-righteousness allow them to evade the real fact that the earth is under threat because of the corruption, and the people responsible for the corruption do not care, and do not express any remorse with reference to their corruptible actions. Some people acknowledge the fact that they are employed with the oil and gas company being well paid. When looking on the other side of the coin, they are well-paid killers, administering a portfolio for Satan's plot to destroy the earth. God would not educate people of skills that would contribute towards destroying the earth. God created the horse for transportation and labor use. Why would he educate people to manufacture a car that would contribute to the destruction of the earth and the atmosphere? Especially the element that comes from the exhaust system, which is hazardous to humans and the environment. That explanation would give more insight into the plot that Satan has organized, which is compounding an activity that has the appearance of gold, but it is not gold. A lot of worldly attachments have that profile, and that is what the deception is about, having people partake in activities that contribute to the destruction of the earth. Satan misconducting Adam and Eve, in the Garden of Eden, is to align humanity in his destructive plot, without people realizing that they are involved in helping him out. With almost any profession, pride, prestige, and money are intermingled in the description. People are caught in the economic and commercial web, where the concern is to be proud of achievements, to be elevated in profile, by prestige of innovativeness and accumulating money as a reward for corrupting the earth. The point I am making throughout this document is the fact of if Adam and Eve were not deceived by Satan, we would not be living in this present economic and commercial system. People have to view the privilege that God manifested for us, a lifestyle where we did not have to sweat for our needs, and in childbirth the woman would not experience pain. That is why Satan corrupted Adam and Eve, to introduce his idea of life, which is governed and generated by money. Observe that the option of venturing into outer space is an option that is exploited to the greatest extent, because they know that Earth is corrupted, and to source life elsewhere is the only other suggestion. The Earth pays the price for every manufactured product and service with no rebate. Presently the Earth needs help, but in this case the business activity is highlighted more than the help. The reality about this corruption is that we have to partake because of the economic and commercial structure. This particular lifestyle will continue, by the grace of the Lord, when Jesus Christ comes to establish a new heaven and new earth. Both creative acts are corrupted by Satan's plot. To drain the earth of oil and gas is an impossible task. The earth is designed to produce oil and gas. Chapter 4. The Administration. The body and volume of people who administer the activity of oil and gas exploitation is in governance of a self-righteous act. Again, the money have the influence. There are presidents of oil and gas companies that work for $100,000 plus a month. These kind of people would not look at the damage of the environment. If they have care and concern for the environment, their salary would be affected. Ray R. Irani, an executive for an oil company, got $460 million in compensation in 2006. Larry Ellison grossed $706 million in 2001. Michael Eisner collected $570 million in 1998. These people would not stop drilling for oil and gas with the figures of compensation. What have to be understood and borne in mind is Satan being innovative in this activity of oil and gas exploration, for his personal benefit. The position he is in allows him to have a disgruntled attitude in his quest to eliminate the lake of fire judgment, and this activity of oil and gas exploration is one of his devices, according to the scriptures, as it is written in the book of 2 Corinthians 2 verse 11, quote, "Lest Satan should take advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices," with reference to the expression in the verse, "lest Satan should take advantage of us." That is what is actually happening. He is taking advantage of humanity, with this activity of oil and gas exploration, via the dollar, prestige, and pride, to corrupt and destroy the earth to escape the judgment. This act of oil and gas exploration is termed as to the nature of this document. Geographic destruction. 1 Peter 5 verses 6 to 8, quote, "Therefore humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God, that he may exalt you in due time, casting all your care upon him, for he cares for you. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil walks about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour." The people on the administration level especially, are the people whom Satan have devoured. The administration are the thieves, and the people beneath the administration are the upholders. Romans 8 verse 7, quote, because the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, nor indeed can be. People involved in this exercise of oil and gas exploration are carnal-minded because of the money. If they were subject to the law of God, their attitude would be different. As said previously, we cannot reverse the activity with the oil and gas exploration business, but have to abide with it until Jesus Christ sets up his kingdom on earth. That is the only time resolvement of the earth. And the principalities that God put in place would generate again. Ephesians 6 verse 16, quote, "Above all, taking the shield of faith, with which you will be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked one." If these people who are involved in the oil and gas exploration business took the shield of faith, they would be innovative to a caring extent towards the corruption of the earth. On this note, why the innovativeness did not weigh towards the option of electric vehicles, which are manufactured on a varied scale. Oil and gas is important for the manufacturing of electric vehicles, but electric vehicles would be an asset in a couple ways, to compare with vehicles that operate with oil and gas, or they could be systematic in producing gas on a cleaner level. For example, the plant known as cannabis sativa, commonly known as marijuana, can produce gas and oil among other products, and is said to produce gas on the level of not contributing to global warming. The plant produces a cleaner gas. It was evaluated with a car engine that uses process industrial gas, and a car engine that uses cannabis sativa. The result made it factual that the car engine with the industrial processed gas was 100% dirtier than the car engine that used cannabis sativa gas. It was also stipulated that the car which used the cannabis sativa, or marijuana gas, would not contribute to global warming. There are options to embark on. Clarity is the best option for grossing money. That is where some people ignore principalities of life and law of the scriptures to accumulate money to the best consideration. The oil and gas industry is targeted in this document, as the determination is analyzed to the effect of destruction. What have to be admitted is the fact that when God created creation at the time from the Garden of Eden, it is evident that creative acts are connected and supportive to each other. Notice after the sin action, in the case of animals, they were in enmity with each other. The sin action done by Adam, who had the authority of the earth, divided the divine connection, just as how Adam was created from the elements of the earth. All creative acts created from the elements of the earth are connected. This illustration is compatible to a chain in vertical suspension. All the links are connected, and the creative acts God created are likened to this illustration, where Adam is connected to every creative act. Understanding this illustration would give insight into why creation differed from its original state when the sin action was done. There are other types of exploration done in different capacities, which have adverse effects on the earth, but this category of oil and gas exploration is emphasized on, as it is obvious to the extent of serving as a destructive plan, rather than serving humanity with benefits. The benefits we obtain from this present fabricated system looks real and needy, but typifying the illustration of creative acts done by God, and the innovativeness of technology, the typification prove that one is better than the other. Viewing through the scope of why Satan misconducts Adam and Eve, suggests and give a couple reasons why Satan wanted them for his personal use, why artificial manufacturing replaced the original concept. Why did Satan not leave Adam and Eve to sustain and enjoy what God provided? Why is a fabricated system more important when it is not beneficial? Those are obvious questions. To give insight into the plot Satan have for the earth, Destroying the earth for Satan means him winning the throne. He spoke of the throne. On his way out from heaven, the pattern of life on earth have a lot of satanic attachments, which is designed with a shiny element that looks like gold, but it is not gold. For example, 25th December is a hoax. Jesus Christ was not born in December. The wrong profile of Jesus Christ is displayed. Santa Claus does not exist, but people accept the occasion as it is shiny, as it has a nice appearance, with appetizing elements that provide enjoyment according to them who celebrate the occasion. The same level of deception that is done on the December 25th, is the same deception that is done with this oil and gas industry. The point I am making here is that innovation could be more caring and safe for humanity. Instead, it is a rat race of who can invent, and the financial profitability that is made available with the invention. As the economic and commercial system is pillared on the dollar, view items on the grocery shelf, and calculate what is fitting and what is not fitting for human consumption. All this is purposely done in Satan manufacturing products and services, which idea started with the misconducting of Adam and Eve. Satan could not use Adam and Eve in their perfection. God created Adam and Eve with the attachments of goodness and righteousness. After the sin action that Satan conducted, they were configured with the attachments of good and evil. The sin action replaced the righteousness attachment with an evil attachment. With that configuration, people would have a good profile associated with an evil conduct. That is one reason why innovativeness with hazardous effects are favored. The evil attachment is conducting human beings according to Satan's will. In that condition, the human race is ready to be innovative, where pride, the dollar and prestige matters, more than principality of the law towards nature and the environment. Satan is concerned about getting out of the lake of fire judgment, and doing what is necessary in so doing. Satan saw the opportunity from the creation of Adam and Eve, to work towards this present situation, using the human race and the elements of God's creative acts, to destroy God's word. Satan destroying the creative acts of God, is in reality destroying God's word, as God created all things by and with his word. The system is so well disguised that some people would not focus on the option that they are supporting and contributing in Satan's plot to destroy the earth. How Satan have placed systems and devices, we have to follow through. We have no choice in so doing. As said previously, this situation will continue until Jesus Christ come to deliver the creation from bondage. Hence the reason why God said there will be a new heaven and a new earth. Both are corrupted in diverse ways. Keep in acknowledgement that Satan's concern is about getting the throne, and he does not care how it is done. Also the escape of the lake of fire judgment. This synthetic system does not have care for humanity. The principles of the system is satanically oriented, in a nice way to serve Satan and his will. Pope Francis commented on the oil and gas exploitation, saying, quote, "Civilization requires energy, but energy use must not destroy civilization." Oil executives were invited to the Vatican to speak with Pope Francis on the subject of oil and gas exploration. Pope Francis also commented on radical energy transition is needed to save what he termed, quote, "our common home." Mary Robinson, former Irish Premier, said, "We should all salute the courage the Holy Father has shown on climate change, when too many secular leaders have spurned their responsibilities." Further lamenting to the oil and gas executives, she said, quote, "What could be more cynical than still seeking to exploit fossil fuel reserves, when the scientific evidence is abundantly clear that we need to end all combustion of fossil fuels by 2050. If some industries fail to adjust to this new word, they will fail to exist. That is what I was saying. They ignore the principalities of the law of creation, which is replaced with the dollar. Regardless of the Pope, there are Catholic institutions that are doing business with oil companies. Since 2010, 235 oil and gas leasing deals were signed by Catholic Church in Texas and Oklahoma. The agreement serves royalty ranging from 15 to 25% of the value of what is taken out of the ground. A consultant, Mickey Thompson, said, "There may be some kind of inconsistency here, between what the Pope has said, and what the Church is doing in the U.S. There are people who are aware of the critical circumstances resulting from oil and gas drilling. Again, for the sake of the money, the operation would not be halted." An organization called Earth Justice has declared their policy as follows, quote, "Across the United States, Earth Justice is representing communities in their fight against the oil and gas industry, and we're winning. Earth Justice has made marked progress, and we will continue to advocate in courts and administrative agencies to protect human health and natural resources from the oil and gas industry." This organization is a fitting example of what people should be doing, which is protesting against the oil and gas drilling operation. There are people who are conscious of the situation and consequences, and their action is giving people encouragement to protest for their community and country nature habitat. The disaster is not in progress as the protesters advertise, but when realization is to the fullest attention, that is when it would be too late for the people who were not interested in protesting. It is reported that the Gulf of Mexico is recuperating from the 2010 BP oil disaster. The Atlantic coast, which relies on tourism and recreation, is under threat with offshore drilling and the risk it brings. Oil and gas exploration and the method in so doing, as in with seismic blasting, have injured and killed whales and other marine life. It is also reported that indigenous people in the Arctic are in danger of their livelihood due to offshore oil exploration, which can destroy the habitat of the fish and animals in that environment. Excessive noise from oil and gas exploration and drilling equipment can cause disturbance in various ways, with the infrastructure of roads, pipelines, and building construction done by oil companies, can destroy habitat and also come in the way of migratory animals. ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron are burning fossil fuels, which causes climate change. Carolyn B. Maloney commented saying, "I had hoped today would be a turning point for the oil industry, but I was disappointed that we heard much of the same denial and deflection that we've heard before. I see no choice but to continue our committee's investigation until we see the truth." There are people lobbying for the control of the oil and gas exploration program. With reference to the statement made by Carolyn Maloney, it is evident that the administrators of oil and gas companies are reluctant to take action of reforming their policies. The income of money has a lot to do with that reluctance. The administrators of oil and gas companies do not care about people protesting. People who are protesting are concerned about the consequences of the excessive oil and gas drilling operations. Again, the utilities that are served by oil and gas products we have to partake in. How the system is set after all these years, it would be difficult to adjust the oil and gas industry drilling operations. Money has the influence all the time. The focus of this document is to outline the fact that Satan had this system to work with to corrupt and destroy the earth. Misconducting Adam and Eve was important for his venture. As Adam had the authority over the earth, Satan had to get the authority to exercise his plot. The significant factor is to win the throne and eliminate the judgment of the lake of fire by destroying the earth. Satan has a lot of devices in activation to destroy the earth. Some people might not view the present condition to the effect that it is a satanic plot, working towards destruction of the earth. It is certified from the outlining of this document. An interesting question would be, was money created by God or Satan? That question need to get reference from the principle of creation in the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden is suggested for the fact that Adam and Eve were created without money. For that suggestion, an economic and commercial system is not necessary. Money is not a requirement with God. People have to basically understand that the system they are living in is a fabrication that looks realistic. What people have to acknowledge is that this present system is denying God's principles in a prolific and proud way. God would not institute a system to counteract his perfect creative acts. The administrators of oil and gas companies are the criminals to this effect. They know of the hazards, dangers and critical consequences. They are arbitrators of in the oil and gas business. Jason Schwartz, an organizer with Greenpeace, said, "This is an escalation of people moving to keep fossil fuels in the ground, and a message that leasing and these auctions need to end." Another organization that protests oil and gas drilling is Rainforest Action Network. Jeremy Nichols of Wild Earth Guardians said, "We know the White House is paying attention, but whether it transfers into action, we'll see. There are people interested in changes, but the final result is from the administration to fulfill the request of protesters." Sally Jewell, who is Secretary of the Department of Interior, said, "Fossil fuels are part of the problem. It's going to take a very long time before we can wean ourselves from fossil fuels. To keep it in the ground is naive. To say we can shift to 100% renewables is naive." The circumstances are evident from the comments. The adversary are the politicians and oil and gas executives. Take note, if Satan did not corrupt Adam and Eve, this oil and gas operation would not be necessary in our lifestyle. Satan orchestrated this plot to counteract God's judgment upon him. Chapter 5. Impact. The exploration of oil and gas is not totally beneficial to humanity. The people involved in this business know of the consequences, but for the sake of the dollar they bypass a lot of critical elements. These photos show what oil spills do to the sea, animals, and the environment. Oil and gas exploration is not 100% foolproof. A spill could happen anytime, based on technique and administration of a project. Awareness would be centered when the ultimate disaster appears and manifests with erratic atmosphere and climate changes. Presently these changes are compounding, and in so doing to the climax of a global disaster, which at that time would be too late to recover the earth posterity. The game Satan is playing is to eradicate any of God's creative acts to win the throne and escape the judgment of the lake of fire. Caring about humanity and the environment is not his business. The damage to humanity and the environment is what his plot is about. The prestigious people involved in this oil and gas operation have a Sed-like mentality, as Satan towards gain and profitability. They who are involved in the oil and gas operation are not looking at the situation from this document point of view. If time and the right effort was adapted in processing safer products for humanity, there would be results. The innovative system is based on the fast track. For example, chickens are given steroids for fast growth. In the Garden of Eden time era, the chickens were not on steroids and the quality of chicken before the steroid application were of a better quality. The animals God created are for our economic, commercial, and domestic use. The innovativeness is a compounded program formulated by Satan to destroy the earth. Satan is expressing his grief and disgruntlement with reference to the situation he has put himself in, with transgressing the principalities of God. The main administration categories of society is based on politicians and business people. In these areas there are a lot of people who have sold their rights, as in their souls, to Satan for material gain, with the prerogative of secret societies, as the Freemason and Illuminati. Satan is getting a lot of favors done, as there are well-educated people associated to the societies, with them swearing to the oath of selling their rights or souls, make them slaves for Satan according to his will. And they are in the position that when instructed, they have to go according to the instruction or suffer consequences. Another type of exploration is mining. Mining is the extraction of minerals and geological materials from the earth, which is similar to oil exploration pertaining to the impact on the earth. Mining involves drilling into or blowing up land. There are different types of mining operations, such as strip mining, which results in the clearing of trees, plants, and topsoil, and contributes to soil erosion, which is responsible for pollution of waterways, loss of biodiversity, contamination of groundwater, the formation of sinkholes. Also, leakage of chemicals from mining sites can affect the health of people living around a mining site. Air pollution. Animal species can become extinct through mining. Air is affected by mining operations, when mineral deposits are exposed on the surface through mining. Lead, arsenic, cadmium, and other toxic elements are present in particles. These pollutants can damage the health of people living near the mining site. Diseases of the respiratory system and allergies are caused by the inhalation of airborne particles. Underground digging can destabilize the ground, which threatens the future of roads and buildings in the area. Coal mining has its adversity, which are the collapsing of mine roofs. Inundation and fires in coal mines are a possibility to miners. Water sources get contaminated due to mining. Waste leads to degradation of land, soil, and stream. Also, river pollution. Deforestation due to mining contributes to the disintegration of biomes and effects towards erosion. The mining wastewater can result in acidification of the surrounding environment. A company by the name of Greenland Minerals and Energy Limited, located in Australia, has in its roster to open a mine in Greenland in 2013. The Taysake Lake is the storage site for the tailings disposal, which will have adverse effects on the lake, also rivers, and the ocean. Tailings would contaminate the lake with radioactive decay products, also fluorine and metal. The country overseeing the project, with regards to the harmful effects to the environment, the mining operation will continue. Another example of the influence of the dollar. In China, approximately 20,000 tons of rare earth elements, also known as contain lanthanide elements, also scandium and yttrium, are exported from off-grid mines every year. These rare earth elements affect the health of workers, culminating in the destruction of the surrounding environment. Brine mining is the process of extracting and evaporating the brine solutions, to remove harmful elements and compounds, releasing them into the environment. The drilling and transport of brine solutions can have adverse effects on ecosystems. Open pit mining, where material is excavated from an open pit, is one of the most common forms of mining for strategic minerals. This type of mining is particularly damaging to the environment, because strategic minerals are often only available in small concentrations, which increases the amount of ore needed to be mined. Environmental hazards are present during every step of the open pit mining process. Hard rock mining exposes rock that has lain unexposed. When crushed, these rocks expound radioactive elements, asbestos minerals, and metallic dust. With reference to the separation process, residual rock slurries, which are pulverized rock and liquid, are produced as tailings. Toxic and radioactive material from these liquids can get into bedrocks if not properly contained. Coal mining is the extraction of coal deposits from the surface of the earth and from underground. Coal is a fossil fuel which has prominent use for producing heat energy. When coal is less than 200 feet underground, surface mining is applied to remove topsoil and layers of rock known as overburden to expose coal seams. These different exploring operations have an innovative profile, which on the outside look like gold, but is not gold due to the adverse impact on the environment, atmosphere, and humanity. As said previously, God would not institute a system of innovativeness to damage his creative acts. This innovative system is authored by Satan. That is the factual clarity of this exploration subject. The different exploration operations profile is covered and protected by pride, prestige, and the dollar, all related to Satan and his plot of destruction. Cave exploration. Adverse effects are rockfall, drowning, exhaustion, bad air and hypothermia. Hypothermia is a condition of having a lower body temperature than normal body. Associated also is histoplasmosis, also known as cave disease. This is a fungus infection caused by the Histoplasma capsulatum. Histoplasma capsulatum, occurring in humans and other animals. The disease is contracted by the inhalation of dust containing spores of the fungus. Desert exploration. Adverse effects are the loss of soil fertility, affects crop yield, threatens food security, and leads to economic losses, which is attachments pertaining to the destruction of desert plants and animals. Potassium cyanide, used in gold mining, may poison wildlife. Vehicles can cause irreparable damage to desert habitats. Oil and gas production disrupts sensitive habitats. Drilling for fossil fuels, such as oil, in the desert. This causes pollution and is harmful to the animals living near the oil wells, which impacts the desert biome. Biome is a large naturally occurring community of flora and fauna occupying a major habitat, for example forest or tundra. Mineral exploration. Environmental effects of mining for mineral resources are pollution which pollute the atmosphere, surface waters, and groundwater, which can affect nearby streams and rivers. Elements such as cadmium, cobalt, and copper. Mining wastes affects soil and plants, which toxins can cause diseases in people and animals. Chemicals used in the extraction processes, such as drilling muds, are often highly polluting substances. Mining can cause loss of land because of chemical contamination, destruction of productive layers of soil, and scarring of the land surface. Mining operations affect the land by removing material in some areas and by dumping waste in others. There can also be loss of wildlife habitat. Mines cause the ground surface to subside in a vertical or horizontal direction, causing noise disturbance to local residents and to wildlife. Extraction and transportation requires energy, which impact is related to acid rain and global warming. Indirect impacts activate changes in nutrient cycling, total biomass, species diversity. What have to be considered by mining countries and companies is the option of low waste. Low waste is the process of recycling, reusing and waste reduction, and less emphasis on dumping, burying, and burning of chemical-contained material and resources. This should also be related to low-level waste, which are items that have become contaminated with radioactive material or have become radioactive through exposure to neutron radiation. Burning prohibited materials, such as garbage, plastic, and painted or treated wood, is harmful to the environment, because these materials release toxic chemicals that pollute our air. Polluted air can be inhaled by humans and animals, and deposited in the soil and surface water and on plants. All this innovativeness is the idea Satan had for the earth, to counteract God's judgment upon him. These innovative applications have too many dangerous impacts on the earth and people. The system we live in is an artificial system, where a product or item has the principle of and from the original creative act. To some people, it would be convenient, but the long-term after effect is chaotic and irreparable. This is the situation presently with some people. The chaos is not in its full realm, to impact on the economy and environment to cause panic, but there are indications highlighted by nature as in a rise in temperature, the opening of the ozone layer, global warming, change in climatic conditions, extinction of plants and animals, and human biology circumstances. Hence the reason why God said that there will be a new heaven and a new earth. The present heaven and earth are under contamination in diverse ways. On this note, God would not create creative acts to contaminate them. When a person jealous another person, the jealous person action is to eliminate the person being jealous, likened to the instance of the scriptures, where Joseph's brothers jealous him and wanted to kill him. The instance with Cain and Abel. Cain slew Abel because he was jealous of him. Likewise with Satan, he is jealous of God and God's creative acts and wants to kill him. Satan knows that he cannot kill God in a direct way. As Jesus Christ conquered death, Satan is using a couple of indirect applications to kill God, and those applications pertain to destroying the Word of God, as the Word of God created everything, by Satan destroying any creative act. For example, if he destroy all the fishes in a day, he can win the throne and eliminate the lake of fire judgment. The destruction of the creative act cannot be partial, as in a couple days. The destructive act of any creative act must be done in a day. Up to this time, Satan is corrupting the earth and outer space. The corruptive attempt would not win him the throne nor eliminate the lake of fire judgment. The clarity is affirmed that the deception of Adam and Eve has its place and application in the innovative, economic, and commercial system we are inhabiting. Satan gave people the impression that life is about money, and money is the life-saving factor, when it is actually the grace that Jesus Christ delivered to us is the life-saving factor. Some people involved in business and innovation would not consider hazardous effects to humanity and the environment. Their concern is wealth. Chapter 6. Living on Sea. The option of living on the sea is compulsory for some people, due to the rise in population. This option to live on the sea has consequences to marine life. There would obviously be less fish. Also, this option would affect the ecosystem. That is a significant fact for places, for example, like China and India. In China, the situation has reached an irreversible point since 1978. Chiang He, a marine ecologist from Beijing Normal University, said, "Our paper shows that economic growth, not population growth, is major cause of China's coastal ecosystem changes." That statement is supporting the fact of the threat that is on the 28,000 different marine species that live along the coast. China has a population of 1.3 billion people, and it is suggested that half the population live on the sea. Corals has crashed to 15%. In the South China Sea, China's coastal population increased from 260 million in 1954 to 400 million in 1978, and to 590 million in 2010. This increase would continue as population raises. Mark Burtness, a marine ecologist, said, "The message here is without some kind of regulation on this, some kind of conservation, they're going to burn out the resource base. All of that stuff is going to be gone, and it's going to be gone in very short order. The air pollution is very intense. It's very serious in the major cities like Beijing and Shanghai, but in coastal cities, populations are not as high as in those cities. The fact is centered considering the sewage facilities and the disposal of stool, urine and garbage." Burtness said also, "This should be a red flag for all of the developing countries, especially the Asian developing countries. The nice thing about China was that there was this line in the sand 1978, when everything absolutely changed. But in reality, in a lot of third world countries, the change has been almost as dramatic. An approximation of 200 million people worldwide live along coastlines less than 5 meters above sea level. In India coastline is 7,516.6 kilometers, of which mainland coastline consists of 6,100 kilometers, and islands coastline consists of 1,197 kilometers. It is presumed that formation of coastline in India is the result of continental drift of Gondwana land. The action of exploiting the sea in different capacities would result in rise in sea level, may put some of India's biggest cities in the flood risk zone, affecting a total of 36 million people in the country by 2050, Climate Central, a science organization in New Jersey, stated. Worldwide, rising sea levels could within 3 decades push chronic floods to affect 300 million people. In the journal Nature Communications states, the threat is concentrated in coastal Asia, and could have profound economic and political consequences within the lifetimes of people alive today. In any country, the political and business people have a lot to do with decision-making and implementing measures where their population is dependent. This is another form of exploitation, which contributes to hazards that are overlooked because of business and convenience. Innovativeness should be accompanied with transparency towards humanity and the environment. There are the cases where there is no transparency and concern for humanity and the environment. This action would definitely cause catastrophic damage, which would go unrepairable and also regrettable. Emma Johnston of the University of South Wales said that we ought to think more about the impact of marine urban sprawl. Even more minor coastal constructions can transform the seas. The reality is that urban sprawl is no longer just a land-based problem. Developments are spreading out into the oceans, creating tangles of structures beneath the water's surface. This impact will cause damage to marine organisms and their habitats, coral reefs that nourish fisheries, and protect the coastline from impact of waves, and destabilizing coastal ecosystems. The Florida Peninsula, since 1900, has risen a foot, and in 1993 almost 5 inches. By 2030, scientists say that another 6 inches of sea level rise is possible. Singapore, for the past 50 years, added 22% onto its size by using sand, earth, and rock. Constructing on dredged sediments has potential risks for inhabitants. This foundation is not durable as hard bedrock on land. China proposal to build coral atolls in their effort to reclaim 3,200 acres of land in the southeastern South China Sea, this issue has drawn controversial dialogue. A coral atoll is a ring-shaped coral reef, or a string of closely spaced small coral islands, enclosing or nearly enclosing a shallow lagoon. An atoll develops when a volcanic island erodes, and a ring of coral grows up around it. The Palm Jumeirah, in Dubai, is sinking, which is an artificial island, which took 6 years to build, was launched in 2001. The foundation structure is made from millions of tons of rock and sand. The island was designed in a palm shape. The sand was dredged from the Persian Gulf, while 5.5 million cubic meters of rock was extracted from inland quarries, which was used to construct the base of this island. There is an underwater tunnel which consists of 200,000 cubic meters of reinforced concrete, 30,000 tons of reinforcing steel, and 110,000 tons of rock. There is also a monorail which connects the Palm Jumeirah to the mainland via a 300-meter bridge. The island has a luxurious 300-room hotel, Oceana Resort, and Exotica Resort and Spa. A section of the luxury is called Kingdom of Sheba. The cost of the building is $12 billion, and is labeled as the 8th wonder in the world. That is how exotic the place is pertaining to ambience. This construction, with all its elegance, has its part to play towards the corruption of the earth. This massive structure, which entails its material, is a plus to the sea geographic structure, meaning the sea geographic structure did not cater for this structure, but to people who are carried away from its elegance, are not focusing ahead to the terms and conditions of what is the consequences of the structure to the sea, humanity, and the environment. The Palm Islands have added 180 kilometers to the Dubai shoreline, which has increased its area by a gigantic margin of 166%. An interesting fact about this man-made island is the amount of material which was used. Could be used to build a 2-meter high and half-a-meter wide wall around the world thrice. A total of 4,000 properties were sold in a 72-hour time frame. Another man-made island is Wilhelmstein Island, found in Germany, located on Lake Steinhude, which is in northwestern Germany. It was built in the 18th century, where local fishermen transported piles of stones by boats. The island was constructed as a fortification by Count William of Schomberg-Lippe, to facilitate a military fortress. The island has an area of 12,500 square meters. In 1772, the first German submarine, Steinhuder Hecht, was constructed on the island. The world islands consists of small artificial islands, constructed in the shape of a world map, located in the waters of the Persian Gulf, off the coast of Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The foundation for the island came from sand dredged from Dubai's coastal waters. The construction work was done by Van Oord and Bosk Alice. These are the same companies that constructed the Palm Jumeirah. The project hosted 300 islands, which range from 14,000 to 42,000 square meters. The costs were estimated at 13 billion Canadian dollars. Notre Dame Island, French, Île Notre Dame, is an artificial island in the St. Lawrence River in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. It is immediately to the west of St. Helens Island, and west of the St. Lawrence Seaway, and the city of St. Lambert on the south shore. In 1965, 15 million tons of rock was excavated for the Montreal Metro Underground Rail. The island was built in a 10-month period. It was made to facilitate Expo 67 to celebrate Canada's centennial. Also, Notre Dame was also a venue for the 1976 Summer Olympics. The Expo 67 pavilions were demolished in 1975, to accommodate along rowing and canoeing. Basin for Montreal's 1976 Summer Olympics. The cost of the island is $40 million. Montreal is both natural and man-made. The island looks less artificial with the embellishment of plants and trees. Treasure Island, USA, is an artificial island in the United States of America, San Francisco Bay Area, which was built in 1936-37 for the 1939 Golden Gate International Exposition. On February 18, 1939, the island was opened. Treasure Island is 5,520 feet long by 3,410 feet wide. The island has a marina and a bikeway. Also walkways occupy nearly the entire island. The island was constructed with 260,000 tons of quarried rock. 23 feet of dredged bay sand filled the interior, while 50,000 cubic yards of topsoil was used for planting 4,000 trees, 70,000 shrubs, and 700,000 flowering plants. The island consists of fairground courts, Court of Pacifica, a 12,000-car parking lot. The site was to facilitate an airport before the construction of the man-made island. The island aircraft hangars was used as sound stages for movie and television production, such as The Matrix, Rent, The Pursuit of Happiness, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Copycat, Flubber, What Dreams May Come, Patch Adams, The Parent Trap, Bicentennial Man, BattleBots, Nash Bridges, Mythbusters. In 1996, the island was opened to the public. On the last weekend of the month, the Treasure Island Flea Market is hosted, along with the Treasure Island Music Festival, which is staged every October. Lack of funding has put on hold the following proposals: 8,000 housing units, 140,000 square feet of commercial space, up to 100,000 square feet of new office space, the adaptive reuse of 311,000 square feet of existing buildings, roughly 500 hotel rooms, 300 acres of new parks and public spaces, waterside facilities for the Treasure Island Sailing Center, and a new ferry terminal. There are rumors of radiation contamination from the Navy's occupation of the site, which was in 1942. The island was an airport for flying boats operated by Pan American World Airways. The cost of constructing the island was estimated at $6 billion. These mega man-made island projects have a glitter of elegance on the outside, but the ecosystem suffer all the hazardous effects. With the constructing of these islands, it is evident that the business community accommodate itself, based on the premise of self-righteousness, towards the accumulation of the dollar and leisure. The proposed chaotic occurrence of disaster is emitted for the sake of structuring. And again on this note, innovation, this is Satan's deceptive plot and using humanity for his use, with artificial acts that blossoms into pride, ambition, and misery that is unseen. The creative acts of God are the original pattern that will sustain the earth, as God created everything forever. This plot by Satan is termed, with reference to the nature of this document, the economic and commercial slave trade towards the earth. All these mega construction have a part in the disasters of the earth in some way or another. In this scenario, humanity is humanity's biggest enemy. The real issue is evaded by splendor and money. Bear in mind that God would not institute a system to destroy his original acts, to initially reconstruct it from chaos. Destroying the earth or any creative act done by God is Satan's main objective, to win the throne and escape the lake of fire judgment. Some people would not view the situation from the nature of this document, as pleasure is encompassed to have people look in the wrong direction. Another area to focus on is offshore construction, which has bilateral applications. Offshore construction is the construction that builds facilities away from the shore. That is basically the proposed purpose. There are different kinds of offshore facilities, such as oil and gas platforms. There are two types of oil and gas platforms, which are the floating facilities that float close to the surface, and the fixed structures which are fastened to the bottom of the ocean. Wind farms. Wind farms generate the production of electric power. Wind turbines are preferred in comparison to onshore wind turbines, due to the increased efficiency in energy production. Another interesting form of construction are subsea pipelines. Their main purpose is the transportation of oil and gas. There are different priorities that have to be taken into consideration when subsea pipelines are installed, as they have to be precisely configured to the surroundings. This activity is beneficial towards employment and earning finance, that is the business perspective. The struggles incorporated would pertain to the structuring of these platforms, where there are serious challenges. Supervising an offshore construction project from a distance to establish strong communication with the contractor is an issue to contend with, to retain control over a project. Environmental disruption. Offshore construction has its impact on marine life. The extent to which offshore platforms can affect and put in danger sea animals. To this effect, are there any detailed environmental studies done to conduct an offshore project? There is a study done that pertained to the benefit of the project, where the construction derail the inhabitants of the sea as in the sea animals and ecosystem. Transparency is related to the innovative technology that is exploited, which is corrupting the earth. With reference to the economic and commercial system, these innovative attachments are necessary, as they consist of the profile of the economic and commercial system. Like vehicles that replaced the animals for transport, the vehicles are adapted for the economic and commercial system. The animals are not totally adapted for the economic and commercial system. Reason why I am emphasizing on the point that Satan masterminded this economic and commercial activity by deceiving Adam and Eve to gain access, as in to have the authority of the earth for his plot to destroy the earth, other than challenging God to enter into death, which God conquered in the person of Jesus Christ. The system we live in is a fabricated illusion that entices people in all sorts of worldly activity to encourage sin, by making the activity appear not to be sin. At the creation of Adam and Eve, there was no known application for worldly innovativeness. Adam, who at the time had the authority over the earth, was instructed by God to maintain the environment, as everything was set to grow on their own credit. The lifestyle then was of bliss, everything provided to sustain humanity and the environment, with humanity role of maintenance only. The dollar did not provide for that description. The dollar intent is to destroy the creative acts, where Satan replaced the act of principality with money. As mentioned previously, we cannot reverse the situation. The system is too far gone into chaos that will manifest accordingly. That manifestation is in progress presently, as climatic conditions are differing and in so doing at an accelerated rate. Observation is on the temperature of the sun, where people are complaining about the heat. The creative acts of God are connected, with a creative act corrupted, impacts on other creative acts. A good example of that fact is when Adam, who had the authority of the earth, sinned, and that sin action disrupted other creative acts. That is evident to the extent of when God told Adam he have to sweat by his brow to eat bread, before the sin action, it was not like that for him. The animals was in disagreement with each other, and in childbirth the woman would experience pain. The situation was not like that before the sin action. Observing those facts, it is evident that Satan orchestrated a plot in fabricating this synthetic system, which is a realistic illusion, to dethrone God as was his intention whilst in heaven. The system is so well orchestrated, that there are some people who would not analyze the facts. Backfilling is another issue. Backfilling is the process of putting the soil back into a trench, or foundation once excavated, and the related work has been completed. The backfill process requires skills and heavy equipment as well as knowledge of the specifications, contract requirements, and soil conditions. It is used to help protect foundations, roadways, walkways, and other structures by using a mixture of soil, rocks, and stones. This process is actually taking area space from the sea, which would result in disasters, especially flooding, and according to a country's sea level, drainage would be an issue. Again, the money and business system propagate this action. Also population growth. In humanity eyes, this is awesome as it is on some level based on convenience, and business trajectory, with the different methods of exploiting land, and see the consequence are realistic and evident. Business people especially, would not align their speeches with the facts and consequences. Business is an activity that caters for itself, whether political, social, or industrial. The money system has a lot to do with what is written in the book of Romans 8 verse 21, because the creation itself also will be delivered from the bondage of corruption, into the glorious liberty of the children of God. That verse clearly states, that creation is in the bondage of corruption, and the corruption is this modern innovative system, that has put creation at risk, which is Satan's way of undermining the creation of God, to destroy the Word of God. The corruption is business and politics, and especially in the political arena, there are some people who believe everything the politicians say. The resources and minerals belong to the people of the land, therefore it is factual, that the people of the land should be gaining financially. That is law, but it is not certain that this law is a provision in every country. There was an instant, in the Twin Island state of Trinidad and Tobago in the oil boom day, where an economist mentioned, that every citizen of the country should have received a house with a swimming pool and a car, due to the drilling process of oil and gas, because it is law that the people of the country should have received a stipend. It is just that the politicians of that country, in their campaign, did not tell their loyal followers of that truth, and fact of the business transaction. Shoreline structures are built to alter the effects of ocean waves, currents, and sand movement. They are usually built to protect buildings that were built on a beach that is losing sand. However, these structures incur critical impacts on the environment. These impacts relate to physical changes in beach landscape and habitat disturbance, which can also make the ecosystem unbalanced and split the coastal space. Deficiency of sediment can cause the ecosystems and coastal lands to disappear progressively. With these kinds of hazards to the environment, the fact is certain that the innovative system has no consideration for the impact on the environment. In some cases it is a requirement for these structures to be built, for example to protect a coastline. The accompanying factor is consideration for the environment, having a system in place to secure both the project and environment. An international general contractor, which is located in Tokyo, is part of a team working on building a floating city, for upwards of 50,000 people. The profile of this project are homes to the top, offices in the middle, vegetable farms at the bottom level. In London, there are proposals for a floating building on the River Thames to house parliamentarians when it is time to refurbish the Houses of Parliament. There are reasons for these innovative projects. What about the impact on the environment? Santa Cruz del Islote, a floating town, is located in San Bernardo off the coast of Colombia. It is 2.4 acre in size with a population of 1,200 people. Mexcaltitan, Mexico. Mexcaltitan is in the heart of Mexico's Marisma Nacional, or National Swamp, which is a small man-made island off the coast of the state of Nayarit. Mexicaltitan is 1,300 feet in diameter, and has a population of 800 people. During the rainy season the streets flood. The reality with these sorts of projects, they have a long-term impact on the environment, which could occur in some part of the world. Borrowing area space from the sea may seem lucrative for the one-time purpose, need and convenience for habitation purposes. There are a couple of countries taking this initiative of borrowing area space from the sea, but in some cases it is not the wisest option. The area space in the sea, that is use would be required by the sea. Using area space would force the water of that exploited area to engulf in another part of the sea, which could impact the occurrence of a tidal wave, tsunami, or flooding. There are beach homes built in proportion, which would render eco-friendly, or limitations to adverse effects to the environment. The fact facing these homes is the long-term security with reference to a tidal wave or tsunami, with mega-sea constructions and oil and gas exploration being conducted. These said explorations projects can trigger any disaster that can impact on eco-friendly homes in any part of the world. Regardless of the innovation and technology, absolute consideration is not given to a long-term, worldwide protection plan. The sea owns its boundaries, and especially when a construction like backfilling has to be done to accommodate man-made area space, would result in disaster in some way or another. As the accumulated space occupied would force sea water to accommodate itself in another area. Floods can derive from any project done in the sea, which necessarily does not impact in the area of the construction or exploration, but would do so progressively as the sea owns its boundaries and principles, and would accommodate itself on any level, with reference to the innovative structuring of building and exploration projects. This is the part of the operation that is not given enough consideration, to protect the livelihood of humanity and the ecosystem. Chapter 7. Underworld. The exploration beneath the earth and the sea is of a fascinating nature pertaining to innovativeness. These projects has occupied a lot of area space, and at the same time, harnessing hazards towards the ecosystem and humanity. These inventions have a flattering profile, with consequences that is adverse. Pleasures, convenience and money give the authority of no consideration to nature and its principles. Hence the creator of the creative acts have been dishonored to the extent that his creative acts are entitled to corruption as administrators, scientists, inventors of innovativeness. Look at one side of the coin, which is the project that has to be completed. As said previously, these innovative application can be practiced, but with a sense of care for humanity and nature, with the system pivoted on the dollar. Some of these people are concerned with the returns of income from a project, when in my opinion the first concern should be for the principles of nature and humanity. The long-term action as in the impact from nature for the disorganized construction and exploration of the earth, would impact on nature with no consideration, as well for humanity and the acts of innovativeness. Due to population growth with economic and commercial demands, put nature and its resources at work, being the supplier for products and services, where the return to nature, from the people involved in the innovative projects is nil. A lot of material is taken out of the earth on a regular basis, but it is not replaced or compensated for this kind of reason as well. The Bible states in the book of Romans 8 verse 21, that the creation is corrupted, which is factual as the impact from nature is brewing to its course of disastrous events yet to be unfolded. Right now the situation is sweet in the mouth, and in the culmination bitter in the stomach. Some of the bitterness is being experienced in some parts of the world already, as pertaining to disasters, indicating to other parts of the world, of what is in store to come. Again, the dollar and convenience have a distractful effect on this issue, as more concern is placed on having a convenience for leisure, pleasure, and security reasons. On November 30, 2019, a 3-layer underground hub occupying 1.3 million square meter underground for transportation commenced in Beijing, China, which would take a period of 5 years to complete. When completed, it would be considered the world's largest underground transportation hub. It is estimated that around 450,000 people will transit among 3 subway and 2 high-speed train lines on a daily basis. Luke News, who has been working on this project for 3 years, said, "We cannot separate the ecology from the quality of people's lives." That is a self-righteous statement saying that innovativeness comes first. The adjustment of people's lives depend on respecting the principles of nature. With respect for nature, the balanced result would be established. Grand Paris Express is a group of new rapid transit lines being built in the Île-de-France region of France, which was launched in 2011. The project comprises 4 new lines for Paris Metro, extensions of existing lines. A total of 200 kilometers of new tracks and 68 new stations are to be added, serving an estimate of 2 million passengers a day, with 68 stations around the capital. Estimated cost is €35.5 million. Crossrail in London, which started in 2009 with 117 kilometers of track and is scheduled to open before the end of 2021. The cost of the project is £18.25 billion. In Berlin, Germany, a rail development program for the I-2030 plan for the S-Bahn. The size of the project is 1,600 meters. The project was launched in 2006. Expected date of completion is 2026. The Channel Tunnel, also known as Eurotunnel or Channel. The Channel Tunnel is 50 kilometers long, of which 38 kilometers is located under the seabed. Around 120 marine and 70 land boreholes were drilled along the tunnel. Underwater habitats are underwater structures in which people can live. Resources are delivered using pipes. Underwater habitat has to meet the needs of human and provide adequate environmental conditions. Some concerns are breathing air, pressure, light, temperature, humidity, drinking water, food, toxins, disposing waste, and biologically, which would entail microorganisms, marine fungi and sea creatures. Underwater habitats were constructed as early as 1960. H2OME is the world's first undersea residence. Michael Schutt, an architect, said, "There is a special kind of relationship that we have with the ocean or water. I really believe that there's a future for this stuff." Sea Space, underwater house. This underwater house was designed by Jacques Rougaret. The entrance allows direct access to the sea, which is situated under the structure. Developed to train people to inhabit Moon and Mars in the future, it also houses an underwater base, modified with aquabules. It also comprise of underwater parking lots, and renewable energy platforms habitats. This concept of development commenced in 2008. Unity's underwater village, designed for studies and explorations, also training facilities for astronauts, and has a capacity to house 50 to 250 persons. Cons Health 2, underwater habitat. Cons Health 2 is a small village 10 meters deep built on the floor of the Red Sea. There is also a garage for the diving saucer and an equipment hangar. The housing capacity caters for 5 oceanauts. Underwater Hotel, Dubai, comprises 2 discs allowing guests to admire the depths of the ocean, while making the most of the warm climate. The 2 parts of the structure are connected by 5 solid legs and a vertical shaft, containing a lift and stairway. Ziglu, Gyre Floating City. The Gyre is a floating eco-development meant to be both a research station, as well as an offshore resort with shops, restaurants, gardens, and recreation. Jellyfish Floating House. The Jellyfish 45 allows the sea-dwelling owners to live either above or below sea level. Its dimensions are 10 meters high with a diameter of over 15 meters. Water Discus Underwater Hotel, Dubai, was designed for futuristic water discus underwater hotels in the Middle East. Fiji Poseidon Undersea Resort. An elevator transports guests under the sea to the 24 suites and the luxury apartment. The resort is the world's first 40 feet underwater hotel. The innovative profile gives a glittering impact towards desire for leisure and recreation. These underwater resorts would have adverse effects on the sea environment. To the people who would be interested in this kind of habitat, the accommodation would align with their ambition to enhance a living opportunity to culture their life under the sea. The following photos are ideas for this format of habitation under the sea. With this type of habitation, culture, gaining popularity, the ecosystem and sea creatures would be affected in some way or another. The convenience of people seeking habitation is consoled with these innovative projects, but with this type of structuring of homes under the sea, has consequences as oil and gas exploration have on the earth. The self-acted action in doing these projects has the influence of money as a forefront excuse and greater value towards the principles of nature and humanity. Basically, human beings were not created to live under the sea. The innovative concept might give that impression. This situation is compatible to people attempting to live in space, which is a very difficult task. The point this document is elaborating on is the fact that this innovative system is set to destroy God's creative acts. Up to this time, the innovative system is corrupting the creative acts of God. Satan would not come out in the open to declare himself as the architect of this economic and commercial system, but he is acting with his ambition in formatting a fabricated lifestyle. A lifestyle apart from the traditions of God, with the sin action committed in the Garden of Eden by Adam and Eve. That said sin action paved the way for Satan to gain opportunity to craft this fabricated system. Just as how Satan got the authority of the earth from Adam, it is the same way. He is trying to get the authority from God to gain the throne. In this situation, Satan come like the politician who is proposing promises to gain votes. Satan is providing a lifestyle that he knows that people would not resist, and at the same time, the said lifestyle is working towards the destruction of the earth. The destruction is so effective, people are compelled to live the lifestyle of the fabricated system for survival, starting with the dollar. The dollar is the element that provide activity on any level that is good or evil, and there are people who do not mind doing evil works for the money. With these kinds of people, it does not matter if an innovative product or service is causing hazard. The goal and achievement for these kinds of people is the accumulation of money. The people involved in oil and gas exploration, backfilling the sea, tunneling for underground transportation and the like, have consequences that they are ignoring, reasons that pertain to political and business influence. That is why I said previously, this situation about the condition of the world environment would come to an end when Jesus Christ establishes his kingdom on earth. The reason is seen here why God said that there would be a new heaven and a new earth. The condition of the earth and the statement of a new heaven and a new earth, compounded, is a self-explanatory factual view. The question is, with population growth, what is the option for habitation other than earth, sea, or outer space? That could be a challenging question to answer, as the question targets the elements that comprise the environment of the world. The convenient application and appearance may seem adaptable and promising. The long-term hazards to manifest would be accompanied by regret and grief, which would be too late to repair. The too late repair status is already in effect. For example, the ozone layer is damaged. What are the suggestions for repairing the ozone layer? What brought the ozone layer to the state it is presently? The innovative concept has a lot to do with those questions. At the same time, that is the purport of the innovative system. It is just that some people are not aware of the plot on that level, as the fabricated system have them thinking one particular way, to pay bills and buy food. The fabricated system gave some people that impression of life, which is completely wrong. The purpose of life is to fear God and obey His commandments. That is what life is about. That is how Adam and Eve was created, perfect. The perfection is about obeying God, His word, and His works. Satan twisted the concept of life from the time of Adam and Eve, where perfection is to obey God, to a lying fabricated system that manufactures artificial products, to destroy humanity and the environment. There is a logic that Satan configured to incorporate in this fabricated system. The following illustration would give edification on this fact. Chapter 8. Nuclear waste. The activity of disposing of nuclear waste is a subject of concern. The concern centers on fact and theory towards these harmful chemicals left in the earth. The earth certainly was not created and constructed for this activity, but the earth has no choice but to sustain the activity and effects of this activity. When chemicals are buried and decay, the effects would obviously impact the earth. The soil would be contaminated in that particular way and would eventually spread after a certain period of time, even into the atmosphere as well. This is the description for nuclear waste. Disposal methods for nuclear waste that are commonly accepted and widely used include near-surface disposal and deep geological disposal. The philosophy of these conventional methods is to safely contain the radioactive nuclear waste, in order to avoid any chance of radiation, exposure to humans and pollution to the environment. The description pertaining to the last 3 lines, in my opinion, is not totally true, but merely consoling. The area where the nuclear waste is dumped would be contaminated. It may serve to protect humanity, but the environment is at risk, with the decay of nuclear chemicals which can filter itself through the earth, in some way or another. There are different types of nuclear waste disposal and methods to accompany the disposal. Nuclear waste is kept underwater for 5 to 8 years, in spent fuel pools, until the radiation decays, and then it can safely be disposed of. The water that the radiation is left in to decay, how is that water disposed to avoid contaminating humanity and the environment? Or, is the same water used for other disposable projects? Energy continues to be released for years after the atom splits. This afterglow heat is what makes nuclear waste hazardous. The fact that nuclear waste becomes less toxic with time is not affirmed. Deep geological disposal involves isolating radioactive waste deep underground, inside a suitable rock volume, to ensure that no harmful quantities of radioactivity ever reach the surface environment. An engineered structure consisting of multiple barriers is instituted that will provide protection over hundreds of thousands of years. Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository Facilities. The Yucca Mountain, located in the United States, is the national spent fuel disposal site. The project was not made mention of to the people and the environment to the fullest, and discrepancies was the reproach. Onkalo Deep Geologic Repository. The Onkalo Spent Nuclear Fuel Repository, located in Urajoki, Finland, is a deep geological repository for the final disposal of spent nuclear fuel, the first such repository in the world. It is currently under construction at the Olkiluoto plant. The Onkalo repository would be large enough to store canisters of spent fuel for about 100 years. At this point, the final encapsulation and burial will take place, and the access tunnel will be backfilled and sealed. That does not sound foolproof enough. The description states that the duration period is for 100 years. What are the consequences after the 100 years period? That fact was not explained in the description, but we can only imagine what the consequences would be. That particular project is another consolation project and factor. Deep boreholes, another format of disposing of nuclear waste, has been around since 1950. The operation in constructing a deep borehole involves drilling a hole about 5,000 meters deep. This project was banned in the United States in 2017. The question is, are there deep boreholes constructed unknowingly in other parts of the world? There are instances where nuclear waste is recycled. Because nuclear waste is over 90% uranium, which can be chemically processed and placed in other reactors, the process allows to convert the waste into chemical form that immobilized the waste into borosilicate glass. Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, located 2,000 feet below the New Mexican desert, is made in the format of a series of salt caverns. A drum containing nuclear waste ruptured and penetrated the caverns. Another issue of interest is the disposal of nuclear waste in the ocean. This operation of disposing of nuclear waste in the ocean began from 1946 through 1993. The waste materials consist of liquids and solids housed in different containers, as well as reactor vessels, with and without spent or damaged nuclear fuel. The operation was banned in 1993 by international treaties. This operation was banned in 1993. What are the consequences after 1993? A lot of instances could have come from this operation, which might not be identified with the project. This innovative system is the corruption that the Bible mentions, which is written in the book of Romans 8 verse 21. Effects of nuclear waste disposal. Transporting of radioactive waste is done with care. There is the possibility for leaks or accidents. related to the transporting of radioactive material. If the storage process is not conducted with care, there can be adverse effects on the surrounding environment. During rainfall, the radioactive material can reach groundwater and contaminate it, which may lead to severe health issues, not only for humans but also for many animals. The inappropriate storage of radioactive waste can cause adverse effects on the ecological system. Radioactive compounds are likely to cause cancer, and radioactive waste has adverse effects on nature. Radioactive waste is stored in places that are the living space for animals. These animals may become contaminated with radioactive material and suffer consequences. It can also alter the gene structure of animals and plants, which may contaminate humans through the food chain. Nuclear waste continues to be radioactive whilst in storage. With the waste cylinder been damaged in storage, the emitting material from the cylinder would be a dangerous substance for many years. Therefore, even with the deep borehole method of disposal, and with cylinders decaying over a period of time, the earth would be contaminated. In this instance, they locate a rock-oriented area to dispose the nuclear waste, with the possibility of an earthquake or anything of the like. The rocks in the area where the nuclear waste is stored could develop cracks and even holes, whether small or large, and this would provide a chaotic situation. Affirmation of a foolproof storage method is still be sorted. Suggestions to this effect would be the ambition to implement ejection into space, disposing into ice sheets, and ocean disposal. All those options have hazardous implications. Ejecting nuclear waste into space would mean contaminating the atmosphere in outer space. The possibility with this option is that the nuclear waste can return in our atmospheric region. Also, there is a system in place for habitation in space by humans, which is an impossible task similar to humans desiring to live under the sea. Disposing nuclear waste into space would act as a reproach, as humanity would be in danger of radiation on that level. Living in space, the option of disposing nuclear waste in ice sheets, develop query before the process has begun. The sustaining factor has to be considered, as after a period of time, the disposable cylinders can decay, and in so doing, contaminate the environment. Disposing nuclear waste in the ocean is out of the question. Contamination is imminent and dangerous to the ecosystem, sea creatures, and humanity. Outer space is occupied with a considerable amount of debris. The description for space debris is: space debris encompasses both natural meteoroid and artificial human-made orbital debris. Meteoroids are in orbit about the Sun, while most artificial debris is in orbit about the Earth. Orbital debris is any human-made object in orbit about the Earth that no longer serves a useful function. And a lot of that human-made object is in orbit about the Earth. Since the exploration of space, outer space organizes its own debris. As the description mentions, meteoroids orbit about the Sun. Nuclear waste has dangerous effects on humanity, for example, causing genetic problems for animals and plants. With nuclear waste seeping into the ground, it can get into reservoirs and other water sources, which definitely could reach into our homes and unknowingly drink radioactive material. Radiation can cause changes in our DNA biochemistry. With the different methods of exploration conducted, there could be the instance of diseases and ailments culminating from these innovative projects, which did not provide determination immediately, but after a considerable period of time, the diseases and ailments appear. This illustration is in reference to the present situation concerning global warming. The industrial age allowed carbon dioxide to be emitted into the atmosphere, which has its application towards transportation, industrial processes, electricity, land, air and vehicles. Industries have been burning fossil fuels such as coal and petroleum for energy, which releases carbon dioxide. These processes also release other greenhouse gases, such as methane and CFC. CFC, which is chlorofluorocarbon, is a gaseous compound made of 3 elements: carbon, chlorine, fluorine, and sometimes hydrogen. Manufacturers have used this compound to make cleaning solvents, refrigerants, and aerosol propellants, freon and other refrigerants. Use of these compounds has declined as environmentalists say. It is a major cause of the ozone's depletion. The concentration of CFC was banned in 1988. Agricultural activity has contributed to global warming, because commercial and organic fertilizers used releases nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas. Organic compounds are released in the atmosphere. When fossil fuels are burned, some of these compounds are mercury, sulfur oxides, methane, nitrogen oxides, and carbon dioxide. A lot of these compounds are in the atmosphere on a daily basis. For example, with the car, with reference to the exhaust fumes which contain poisonous chemicals, such as carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, formaldehyde, benzene, and soot. A lot of times in public we are close to these chemicals. Regarding people who jog, exercise or traffic in an area where there is the emission of these chemicals, the inhaling of these chemicals are very harmful. Then this innovative system has to be questioned, towards the effect it is causing on humanity and the environment. Chapter 9. Global warming. Global warming is the gradual increase in the overall temperature of the Earth's atmosphere, generally attributed to the greenhouse effect, caused by increased levels of carbon dioxide, CFC, and other pollutants. The main cause of this activity is done by humans. Global surface temperature have increased rapidly over the decades. The queries about this activity, the ultimate effect on the Earth, the method of curbing the situation, pertaining to the effect on the Earth and humanity, the innovative system have a lot to answer for the corruption. Some people in the manufacturing and processing business know of the consequences, but the dollar is the shield and influence. Political debate is centered on this subject of global warming. It is evident that this subject is not very popular, as the mention of it is not made in a lot of parliament sessions. The politicians are in a position to administer laws to eliminate this type of destruction on the earth, as they are the policy makers for humanity's social living. The fact of the politicians partaking in a dispute with the business community could extend to an outward show of conflict on the subject. The expression outward show is used as the possibility of compromise would be in effect. The reason for this is because the politicians and business people are closely related. These are the two main people that have the say or right to implement whatever structure they so desire. The activity of global warming could have been prevented, but the ambition of the politician and business community have increased the global warming issue out of proportion, to the extent that the repairs are irreparable at this time. They would not inform people of the definitive. This action would conform to political reasons more so. The politician depend on the business community to gross income, and the business community depend on the politician for confirmation to perform an action. It is a give and take situation between them both, where the public is left out. The public is included when decisions are made and laws made legal, after which the public pay the bill, as in this case the public is the experiment in an open laboratory. In this open laboratory, the public do not have a say, the public can speak but would not be heard. The greater point is, to the effect of not producing a harmful element to endanger humanity and the environment. This innovative system is in enmity with God, His Word and His works. A lot of the attachments in the system serves as hazards to humanity and the environment. Diverse acts of destruction is in place and implemented to continue in its discourse. Again, God would not educate people to make destructive attachment to corrupt or destroy His creative acts. Common sense have to be enacted to resolve principles to the law of nature. The common sense factor and reality is that Satan boasted on his way out of heaven that he is going to win the throne. Humanity is helping out with his ambition and being rewarded with a consolation of rewards that pertain to vanity. The aspect about this destructive plot is in enmity with the Creator of creation, and is conducting bold and deceitful, by giving people the impression that life is what we are living presently. Satan, as mentioned in the scripture, is a liar, and this fabricated system is set to deceive people into hell in diverse ways. People are so focused on the economic and commercial structure of the system, in so doing do not acknowledge the real issue. Global warming will be in effect, as it is designed to function in its capacity of destroying the Earth. The main source of the global warming activity is attached to the manufacturing sector. To bring about changes, the manufacturing sector would have to implement eco-friendly policies, which would hamper their product and the distribution to the harm of income, which they protect with full priority. For example, if care and concern was attributed to the structuring of manufacturing plants and explorations programs, the Earth and the environment would be in a better condition. This point is highlighted to illustrate the power and influence of the dollar. That is why emphasis is placed on the sin action that occurred in the Garden of Eden. That is the only way for Satan to gain the access. He needs to get the authority from Adam to manipulate humanity and the environment. The attachments of the system were put in place purposely. People involved in the innovativeness know of consequences beforehand, but with the business venture in focus, perverts the justice due to the Earth. The British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, cancelled a television program named Planet Relief. The television program was to highlight the subject of global warming, and also give information on a mass electrical interruption. A statement coming from the BBC administration said, "It is absolutely not the BBC's job to save the planet. I think there are a lot of people who think like that, but it must be stopped." That statement is an enemy-said statement. It is not the BBC responsibility to save the planet. The program Planet Relief was set to do just that, to provide information for reproof. The administration of BBC see it fitting not to contribute to a worthy cause. This is a classic example of news that is censored, also suppressed, and illustrate the fact that there are broadcasting companies who either configure or do not air important programs. As said previously, there are people who are not concerned about the crisis the Earth is facing at the hands of innovative humanity. The pride, prestige, and dollar are in command of manipulating the law and principalities of the Earth. The reason why the Earth is protesting through environmental disasters is because the Earth was not constructed for the innovative system. The innovative system is trying to configure the Earth for its use and convenience. With the facts already stated, the picture should be clear by now to confirm the fact that Satan is plotting, and greedy and ambitious people are assisting. The book titled Merchants of Doubt gives information of as termed professional deniers, who deceived the public by expressing deceptive opinions, to avert social or political advancement, to eliminate or control the impact of human carbon emissions. The authors of the book Merchants of Doubt, main argument is that scientists are funded by industries to provide the public with enough information about global warming. This is done as government actions to regulate greenhouse gases would incur in companies losing money. An author, Mark Linus, said, "The only reason why this became an issue is that there is a small but vociferous group of extreme right-wing climate skeptics lobbying against taking action, so the BBC is behaving like a coward and refusing to take a more consistent stance." That statement was rightfully said. The commitment is balanced on the political and business platform. In 2006, a 15-nation poll was conducted on the issue on global warming. The survey proved that 66% of Japanese, 65% Indians, 51% of Spain, 46% of France are concerned about the global warming climatic effect on the Earth. Another survey was done in 2007, which gave results as in 25 countries of 37 countries say global warming is a very serious problem. From that statement, some countries are not concerned about global warming. Robert Kennedy Jr., he is nephew to former President Robert F. Kennedy, wrote a book titled Crimes Against Nature, where it is stated that George W. Bush and corporate personnel are plundering the country and hijacking our democracy. That statement would come in alignment with the fact that members of the Bush family are Freemasons. The statement is also in alignment with the Freemasons' agenda of forming and administrating the New World Government. The New York Times in 2015, oil companies knew that burning oil and gas could cause global warming since around 1970. They funded deniers for years to conduct their business. It is informative to mention that carbon dioxide accounts for about 390 parts per million by volume of the Earth's atmosphere, increasing from 284 parts per million in 1830 to 387 parts per million in 2009. Carbon dioxide contributes between 9 and 26% of the natural greenhouse effect. Lawrence Livermore, National Laboratory, commented that the Earth would warm by 8 degrees Celsius, 14.4 degrees Fahrenheit, if humans used the entire planet's available fossil fuels by the year 2300. With these findings, people involved in the exploration business know about the hazards. The burning of fossil fuels stays contained in the atmosphere and is not absorbed by vegetation and the oceans. With this cycling of fossil fuels in the atmosphere, the Earth and environment would always be in danger of chaos in climatic conditions. Global warming can activate ocean currents. Ocean currents are a continuous directed movement of seawater, generated by a number of forces acting upon the water, including wind, the Coriolis effect, breaking waves, cabling, and temperature and salinity differences. Depth contours, shoreline configurations, and interactions with other currents influence a current's direction and strength. Ocean currents are primarily horizontal water movements. Global warming can also activate increased solar activity. Solar activity is the solar cycle or solar magnetic activity cycle, which has a periodic 11-year change in the Sun's activity, measured in terms of variations in the number of observed sunspots on the solar surface. Global warming can also activate cosmic rays. Cosmic rays are high-energy protons and atomic nuclei that move through space at nearly the speed of light. They originate from the Sun, from outside of the solar system in our own galaxy, and from distant galaxies. The World Health Organization suggests that climate change is the greatest threat to humanity in the 21st century. Even if the control of global warming is accomplished, some effects from global warming would still continue, such as impact on sea level rise, and warmer acidic oceans. Warming can be reduced by lowering greenhouse gas emissions, and removing them from the atmosphere. Which also will involve using more wind and solar energy, phasing out coal and increasing energy efficiency. With the condition of the economic and commercial system, the reduction process can be a challenge, as this process would depend on people managing the situation. Scientists, politicians, and media personnel have adopted the terms climate crisis or climate emergency to talk about climate change and global heating instead of global warming. These terms are particle deception as to not panic the public, as the public is the business factor of the business community. By curbing the situation with compromising terminology, this serves as a consolation to the people. There are people who are very occupied with just getting something to eat and drink on a daily basis, that have them not focused on the real issues. Normally this is what the system does: make an issue of economic, commercial, or political interest to distract people in looking in the wrong direction. Since the industrial period, the average surface temperature over land regions has increased almost twice as fast as the global average surface temperature. This innovative system has caused a lot of chaos on the Earth and atmosphere. The focus of the chaos is the misconduct of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. For Satan to manage this chaotic affair, accompanying his effort is the structuring of secret societies to engulf prominent people to serve him. In administering the corruption, politicians and the business sector are accomplice in this action of corrupting the earth. Their commitment to the agenda of destroying the earth would be overlooked by them due to philosophic doctrine of the secret societies. Once people understand the prerogative of Satan's plot, people would be able to focus and motivate with a sense of discretion, to console themselves with reference to the corruption of the earth. Repairing the situation of global warming is out of the question. The damages are already heading in the chaotic direction. The only form of resolvement is when Jesus Christ comes to establish his kingdom, and in so doing, removing all the satanic attachments, as the Bible mentions, that there will be a new heaven and a new earth. Formality is in progress towards the events of disaster, meaning the aspects of destruction cannot be hindered. People have to prepare for the worst, as the business community and politicians are always preparing and catering for the innovative concepts. Chapter 10: Ozone Depletion. Another issue of interest is the ozone layer. The ozone layer is a region of Earth's stratosphere that absorbs most of the sun's ultraviolet radiation. It contains a high concentration of ozone in relation to other parts of the atmosphere, although still small in relation to other gases in the stratosphere. The ozone layer thickness varies seasonally and geographically. The ozone layer is mainly found in the lower portion of the stratosphere, from approximately 15 to 35 kilometers above the Earth. The stratosphere is an atmospheric layer composed of stratified temperature layers, with the warm layers of air high in the sky, and the cool layers of air in the low sky, close to the planetary surface of the Earth. Ozone or trioxygen is an inorganic molecule. It is a pale blue gas with a distinctively pungent smell. It is an allotrope of oxygen, that is much less stable than the diatomic breaking down in the lower atmosphere. Ozone is formed from dioxygen by the action of ultraviolet light, and electrical discharges within the Earth atmosphere. Ozone is a powerful oxidant, and has many industrial and consumer applications related to oxidation. The high oxidizing potential causes ozone to damage mucus and respiratory tissues in animals, and also tissues in plants. Christian Friedrich Schonbein is credited with the discovery of ozone. In 1839 he succeeded in isolating the gaseous chemical, and named it ozone, from the Greek word ozion meaning to smell. Schonbein spoke of chest pains, irritation of the mucous membranes and difficulty in breathing occurred as a result of inhaling ozone. However, in 1785 Martinus van Marum conducted experiments which involved electrical sparking above water, when he noticed an unusual smell, which he attributed to the electrical reactions. He was unaware that he had created ozone. During World War I, ozone was tested at Queen Alexandra Military Hospital in London, as a disinfectant for wounds. The gas was applied directly to wounds for 15 minutes. This resulted in damage to both bacterial cells and human tissue. People can detect ozone in air, where it has an odor compatible with chlorine bleach. Exposure of 0.1 to 1 ozone produces headaches, burning eyes, and irritation to the respiratory passages. Low concentrations of ozone in the air are very destructive to organic materials, such as latex, plastics, and animal lung tissue. The way to analyze ozone levels in the atmosphere is by using the Dobson unit. The Dobson unit is a unit of measurement of the amount of a trace gas in a vertical column through the Earth's atmosphere. It originated and continues to be primarily used in respect to atmospheric ozone, whose total column amount, usually termed total ozone, and sometimes column abundance, is dominated by the high concentrations of ozone in the stratospheric ozone layer. The ozone layer absorbs UVB ultraviolet light from the sun. Ozone layer depletion increases surface UVB levels, which could lead to damage, including an increase in skin cancer. This was the reason for the Montreal Protocol. Although decreases in stratospheric ozone are well tied to CFC and increases in surface UVB, there is no direct evidence linking ozone depletion to higher incidence of skin cancer and eye damage in human beings. Chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs, are a chemical compound containing carbon, chlorine, and fluorine. Throughout the 20th century, CFCs were mass-produced for their popularity in refrigeration and spray cans. In the 1970s, evidence began to show the harmful effects of CFCs on Earth. Chlorofluorocarbons, and other halogenated ozone-depleting substances, are mainly responsible for man-made chemical ozone depletion. The total amount of effective halogens in the stratosphere can be calculated and are known as the equivalent effective stratospheric chlorine. Thomas Midgley Jr. invented CFCs as refrigerants. They were used in air conditioning and cooling units, as aerosol spray propellants, also in the cleaning processes of electronic equipment, likewise as byproducts of some chemical processes. Their presence in the atmosphere is due almost entirely to human manufacture. It is calculated that a CFC molecule takes an average of about 5 to 7 years to go from the ground level up to the upper atmosphere, and it can stay there for about a century, destroying up to 100,000 ozone molecules during that time. 1,1,1-trichloro-2,2,2-trifluoroethane, also known as CFC-113A, is one of 4 man-made chemicals, discovered in the atmosphere by a team at the University of East Anglia. CFC-113A is the only known CFC in the atmosphere, that is still growing, which is a mystery, but illegal manufacturing is suspected by some manufacturers. CFC 113A seems to have been accumulating unabated since 1960. Between 2012 and 2017, concentrations of the gas jumped by 40%. In 2013, emissions from northeastern China released large quantities of the banned chemical chlorofluorocarbon 11 into the atmosphere. Without action, these CFC 11 emissions will delay the recovery of the planet's ozone hole by a decade. The increase of ozone depletion, halogen compounds, are from CFCs by combining observational data with computer models. These complex models work by combining measurements of chemicals and meteorological fields with chemical reaction rate constants. They identify key chemical reactions and transport processes that bring CFC photolysis products into contact with ozone. The Antarctic ozone hole is an area of the Antarctic stratosphere, in which the recent ozone levels have dropped to as low as 33%. The ozone hole occurs during the Antarctic spring, where strong westerly winds circulate around the continent and create an atmospheric container. As mentioned previously, the cause of ozone depletion is the presence of chlorine-containing source gases CFCs and related halocarbons. In the presence of UV light, these gases dissociate, releasing chlorine atoms, which then go on to ozone destruction. Sunlight in ozone depletion is the reason why the Antarctic ozone depletion is greatest during spring. During winter, there is no light over the pole to drive chemical reactions. During the spring, sunlight returns and provides energy to drive photochemical reactions and melt the polar stratospheric clouds. The ozone that is destroyed is in the lower stratosphere, in comparison to the much smaller ozone depletion, through homogeneous gas phase reactions, which occurs primarily in the upper stratosphere. The Antarctic ozone hole has a small effect on global ozone. The hole has generated interest such as the ozone holes might start appearing over other areas of the globe, though to date the only other large-scale depletion is a smaller ozone, observed during the Arctic spring around the North Pole. If stratospheric conditions become more severe, with cooler temperatures, more clouds, more active chlorine, global ozone may decrease. Global warming theory predicts that the stratosphere will cool. When the Antarctic ozone hole breaks up each year, the ozone-depleted air drifts out into nearby regions. Decreases in the ozone level of up to 10% have been reported in New Zealand. The ozone layer absorbs ultraviolet light from the sun. Ozone layer depletion increases surface UVB levels. Although decreases in stratospheric ozone are well tied to CFCs, and increases in surface UVB, there is no direct observational evidence linking ozone depletion to higher incidence of skin cancer and eye damage in human beings. Ozone depletion can alter wind patterns. Ozone is responsible for the absorption of UVB radiation. The amount of UVB radiation that penetrates through the ozone layer decreases the thickness and density of the layer. When stratospheric ozone levels decrease, higher levels of UVB reach the Earth's surface. Data from 12 satellites of several countries found that the UV radiation reaching equatorial latitudes was greater than expected. High levels of depletion in the ozone hole is common across the globe. The effects could be dramatic. As the ozone hole over Antarctica has grown so large as to affect parts of Australia, New Zealand, Chile, Argentina, and South Africa, environmentalists are concerned that the increase in surface UV could be significant. Common forms of skin cancer in humans, which relate to basal and squamous cell carcinomas, have been linked to UVB exposure. Ground-level ozone is generally recognized to be a health risk, as ozone is toxic due to its strong oxidant properties. The means by which UVB induces these cancers is well understood. Absorption of UVB radiation causes the pyrimidine bases in the DNA molecule to form dimers. Surface UV leads to increased tropospheric ozone. The troposphere is the first and lowest layer of the atmosphere of the Earth, and contains 75% of the total mass of the planetary atmosphere, 99% of the total mass of water vapor and aerosols. The average height of the troposphere is 18 kilometers in the tropics, 17 kilometers in the middle latitudes, and 6 kilometers in the high latitudes of the polar regions in winter. Thus the average height of the troposphere is 13 kilometers. The term troposphere derives from the Greek words tropos, which means rotating, and sphera, which means sphere. The volume of dry air is composed of 78.08% nitrogen, 20.95% oxygen, 0.93% argon, 0.04% carbon dioxide, and a considerable amount of water vapor. The sources of atmospheric water vapor are the bodies of water consisting of oceans, seas, lakes, and rivers on the planet's surface, which humidify the troposphere through the process of evaporation, which influences the occurrence of weather phenomena. The greatest proportion of water vapor is in the atmosphere nearest the surface of the Earth. The temperature of the troposphere decreases at high altitude by way of the inversion layers that occur in the tropopause, which is the atmospheric boundary that demarcates the troposphere from the stratosphere. At higher altitudes, the low air temperature consequently decreases the saturation vapor pressure. The amount of atmospheric water vapor is in the upper troposphere. The surface of the Earth heats the troposphere by means of latent heat, thermal radiation, and sensible heat. The gas layers of the troposphere are less dense at the geographic poles and denser at the equator, where the average height of the tropical troposphere is 13 kilometers, approximately 7.0 kilometers greater than the 6.0 kilometers average height of the polar troposphere at the geographic poles. Surplus heating and vertical expansion of the troposphere occur in the tropical latitudes. At the middle latitudes, tropospheric temperatures decrease from an average temperature of 15 degrees Celsius at sea level to approximately -55 degrees Celsius at the tropopause. At the equator, the tropospheric temperatures decrease from an average temperature of 20 degrees Celsius at sea level to approximately -70 degrees Celsius to -75 degrees Celsius at the tropopause. At the geographical poles, the Arctic and the Antarctic regions, the tropospheric temperature decreases from an average temperature of 0 degrees Celsius at sea level to about -45 degrees Celsius at the tropopause. The difference in temperature derives from the planetary surface absorbing most of the energy from the Sun, which then radiates outwards and heats the troposphere, which is the first layer of the atmosphere of the Earth, while the radiation of surface heat to the upper atmosphere results in the cooling of that layer of the atmosphere. The tropopause is the atmospheric boundary layer between the troposphere and the stratosphere, and is located by measuring the changes in temperature relative to increased altitude in the troposphere and in the stratosphere. The troposphere, the temperature of the air decreases at high altitude. However, in the stratosphere the air temperature initially is constant, and then increases with altitude. The increase of air temperature at stratospheric altitudes results from the ozone layer's absorption and retention of the ultraviolet radiation that Earth receives from the Sun. The coldest layer of the atmosphere, where the temperature lapse rate changes from a positive rate to a negative rate, which in the stratosphere locates and identifies the tropopause as an inversion layer, in which limited mixing of air layers occurs between the troposphere and the stratosphere. The ozone layer was discovered by Charles Fabry and Henri Buisson in 1913. Substances that thin the ozone layer are as follows. Ozone-depleting substance. Sources: chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs. Refrigerators, air conditioners, solvents. Halons. Carbon tetrachloride. Fire extinguishers, solvents. Methyl chloroform. Adhesives, aerosols. Hydrofluorocarbons. Solvent cleaning. Chapter 11. Earthquakes. This is another area of concern for earthquakes. With reference to this activity, man-made innovativeness has contributed to earthquakes related to diverse reasons. What has to be understood is what activates earthquakes. The main cause of earthquakes is volcanic eruptions, which most likely would occur in areas with volcanic activities. Volcanoes can erupt when molten rock called magma rises to the surface. Magma is formed when the Earth's mantle melts. Another way an eruption happens is when water underneath the surface interacts with hot magma and creates steam. This can build up enough pressure to cause an explosion. This activity can devastate communities and cause havoc in areas. The Earth's outer layer consists of segments called tectonic plates. Earthquakes occur between tectonic plates, or from cracks within the plates, which are also called faults. There are three categories of earthquakes, which are volcanic. A volcanic earthquake occurs in conjunction with volcanic activity. Collapse. A collapse earthquake is of a smaller scale that result from the subterranean collapse of caverns or mines. Explosion. Explosive earthquakes are caused by underground explosions of nuclear or chemical devices. Earthquakes are measured by amplitude of the seismic waves which get recorded on a seismograph. With reference to the descriptions given for the different causes for earthquakes, it is confirmed that man-made devices and technology have contributed to earthquakes disasters, where it is stated that mining and underground explosive techniques related to nuclear and chemical devices. A process used to increase the flow of oil or gas to a production well is called fracking, which is a term used for hydraulic fracturing. This process involves the injection of large volumes of water, sand, and chemicals under high pressure into a bedrock formation to create new fractures in the rock, or increase the size, which have the possibility to cause more hazardous effects. With the principle of that description, it is evident that oil and gas exploration have a part in the earthquake activity. A more direct determination is that earthquakes are triggered by the disposal of wastewater associated with the oil production into underground wells. The innovative technology is not foolproof to the safety of humanity. People involved in these activity have knowledge of the harmful effects. The economic and commercial principles via the convenience of the dollar have bought the rights to have nature as a slave for its use. There are several types of earthquake waves, including primary waves and also secondary waves. Primary waves of earthquakes are the same type of waves as the more familiar sound waves. Both are waves propagating spherically away from its source, through a compressible medium which would be rocks, fluids, and gases, where particles travel in the same and opposite direction of the wave propagation. Secondary waves are shear waves, that are transverse in nature. After an earthquake event, secondary waves arrive at seismograph stations, after the faster-moving primary waves, and displace the ground perpendicular to the direction of propagation. Compression in the Earth's crust is related to earthquake activity. The construction of dams and reservoirs assist in earthquake activity. It is conjectured that the 2008 Sichuan, China earthquake was activated by the construction of the Ziping Dam. There are the cases where the foresight of a disaster may not be highlighted, whether to improper analysis, or for the sake of immediate convenience. Regardless of the options, learned people should exercise their intellectual knowledge to the best to provide support for the safety of humanity. Observe with the above description. The prime reason is that a project have to be done. When it is done, the consequences after would be dealt with, when it should have been analyzed with proper determination. With reference to disasters, money purports a lot of corruption and disasters. A lot of their innovative projects, accompanied with technology, are the Earth's enemy, and the enmity is enhanced with the influence of the dollar. If safety for humanity was a priority, upfront analysis would be purported with justified balanced equated measures. Groundwater extraction is another cause of earthquake activity. This operation causes the water table to drop, thereby destabilizing an existing fault. Construction of massive buildings can put a lot of pressure on the Earth's surface, which can cause the rudimentary rocks to crack. This pressure on the Earth from large constructions occur when extra steel and concrete is used to make the building structure solid to withstand earthquakes. In this case, the same system that is put in place to avoid damage from an earthquake is the same system that is contributing to the earthquake disaster. Again, man-made convenience on the outer profile may look beneficial, but on the inside profile, it is a time bomb cycling its time to designated. There was a construction in Taipei, where the area in which the construction was done suffered micro-earthquakes, and 2 larger earthquakes which went directly underneath the building. Along the way, with man-made innovativeness, a lot of examples related to disasters are set towards the nature of construction, but the lesson the learned innovators have to learn is being taught in a practical way, whereas the examples are not totally observed by the learned innovators. The immediate desire is accommodation, convenience, prestige, pride, and the most important factor to some innovators is money. Tectonic earthquakes are caused when the crust becomes subjected to strain and starts moving. The theory of plate tectonics explains how when the crust of the Earth is made of several plates, there are large areas of crust which float on the mantle. San Francisco is a place that have experienced many small shakes. Earthquakes are caused by disturbance of the outside crust on the ephemeral surface of the Earth. Anything which will interrupt the perfect equilibrium balance of the globe will cause an earthquake. Having the construction done with each side and every part carrying the same weight, there is the situation where perfect balance is required, which is corrupted when operations of earth, ores, oil, rock, coal, and the building of cities occur that contribute to the earthquake disasters. Himachal Pradesh earthquake in India. 2014 is an example of the above description, yet with these disasters, the lesson of caution goes unlearned as mass mega construction is a major highlight. These are the same projects that are causing the disaster. and the bad compliment given is before the start of the project, the possibility is analyzed and known, but the notification goes unhindered for diverse reasons, which reasons could be connected to the definition of megathrust earthquakes. Megathrust earthquakes occur at convergent plate boundaries, where one tectonic plate is forced underneath another. The earthquakes are caused by slip along the thrust fault that forms the contact between the two plates. What have to be kept in view is the activity of drilling and injection of oil into wells, the construction of large buildings and dams, oil drilling and coal mining. These activities are prominent regardless of the knowledgeable knowledge know, which represent fact for consideration. Facts to causes of earthquake would relate to approximately 80% of earthquakes occur in the Pacific Ring of Fire, where there are 452 volcanoes. The energy of an earthquake can be hundreds of times greater than that released by a nuclear bomb. An earthquake can cause a tsunami. Earthquakes can interrupt animal habitat. Animals can sense tremors that precede earthquakes, and even the electrical signals emitted by the movement of underground rocks. In 2011, Japan had an earthquake that configured the Earth's mass to the center, which allowed the Earth to spin faster, and was reduced each day by 1.6 microseconds. In 2004, an earthquake struck Sumatra, which reduced the day by 6.8 microseconds. Earthquakes that occur in one part of the Earth can be felt in another part of the Earth. It was confirmed by studies that the earthquake that caused a tsunami in the Indian Ocean in 2004 weakened an area of the San Andreas Fault in California, in the United States of America. Newcastle, Australia, was built on several areas used for coal mining. The mining process evacuated several million tons of rocks being moved, which is said to have caused this earthquake. Another interesting type of earthquake people might not be aware of is an earthquake storm. An earthquake storm is the theorized situation where one earthquake triggers a series of other large earthquakes along the same plate boundary. As the stress transfers along the fault system, an earthquake storm can destroy regions and even an entire country. It is believed earthquake storms may have happened towards the end of the Roman Empire, as well as at the conclusion of the Bronze Age. Mythology has a place in earthquake disasters. Loki was a god in the age of Norse mythology. It is said that Loki murdered the god of beauty and light. Greek mythology also states that Poseidon caused earthquakes and was even the god of earthquakes. That is a reference to illustrate the vain thoughts of people who consider themselves scholars. In this present age, the myth is the reckless attitude of business people who think that they own the earth, and can do whatever they see fitting with it, and the resources that it contain. The following photos are of disasters that were caused by earthquakes. Keep in view that the innovative system and its technology are responsible for these disasters in some way or another. As mentioned previously, the innovative system of diverse exploration projects do not cater for the principles of nature and humanity. The consideration is evident towards the disasters which repeat themselves, and in so doing, serve as examples and reminders that the principles of nature are not in compromise with man-made ambitions. These disasters are proof of fact to illustrate that the principle of creation which God administered were not for a fabricated system. Adam and Eve would have been furnished with the necessary attributes to implement the innovativeness. Adam and Eve were not created with clothes. The attiring of them in clothing came after the sin action. Also the manufacturing of money came after the sin action. Satan, on his expulsion from heaven, boasted of his present venture to win the throne. Satan only. Way to win the throne is to fight against God. His way of fighting against God is to destroy the attachments that God created, which include the human race. Around this time Satan knows that it is only a matter of time, which represents formality, with reference to the judgment that he and his demons, also the people who have sold their rights to him, to go in the lake of fire. The money and pride factor have greedy and over-ambitious people working furiously in satisfying their lust, which is equal to having an elite lifestyle that allow them to be inconsiderate towards the principles of nature and humanity. Lust of ambition is related to having an executive residence, with a swimming pool, a car with the best jewelry, clothing, and meals. With this kind of vanity in focus, their lust for an effective lifestyle are centered around these attachments. Some people view life as having the material items in abundance as their achievements. With that ambition they are going for the money. That is what Satan did in making this economic and commercial fabricated system, to deceive people into a lifestyle of serving worldly attachments, to serve his plot in over-exploiting the earth and its resources, with the incentive of corruption towards destruction, craftily done, in having people think that life is totally about the material substance. Having the material substance is part of life. The wrong concept is the mindset to gain the material substance, in administering adverse activities to achieve the material substance. That is why the Bible instructs that we should be cautious of the worldly elements. Colossians 2 verse 20, Therefore, if you died with Christ from the basic principles of the world, why, as though living in the world, do you subject yourselves to regulations, with people accepting Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior? Their conduct should be apart from worldly principles. 2 Corinthians 10 verse 3, For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war according to the flesh. Another verse providing logics in conduct, to abstain from worldly conduct. John 15 verse 19. If you were of the world would love its own. Yet because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. That is the reason why people like myself are not accepted in the world. We do not support the traditions of the world, but protest against its principles, knowing the truth of the scriptures. Observing the lifestyle of the world would transcend to the affirmation that the conduct is not of a godly nature. Reason for this is because Satan devised the conduct of the world. The human being is God's most important and treasured creation. That is one reason why Jesus Christ came to endure the crucifixion, to deliver us from eternal damnation. When Satan misconducted Adam and Eve, in principle Satan placed Adam and Eve and the following generations into the lake of fire, and he is doing the same thing with this present world system, having some people not concerned about eternal salvation. It should be clear, with reference to the nature of this document to this extent, that the present world system is an illusion and lie, with a golden profile and a corrupt interior. Satan did the same thing to the 1/3 angels in heaven, lied to them. Chapter 12. Odyssey. As the subject title of this chapter implies, Satan is carrying humanity and nature on an adventurous experience. It is his last resort to getting the throne, and escaping the lake of fire judgment. During the course after the misconduct of Adam and Eve, the human race was being cultured, to format the principles of this system. This illustration is likened to when children have to go to school to obtain an education, to secure a space in society, to be versed in a skill pertaining to academic, or technical, or both. This process of culturing the human race took a few centuries, as humanity had to start from a kindergarten stage in being innovative, which would commence with the Stone Age, culminating to the innovative technological stage. The tutoring of the human race came from the fallen angels such as Armoros, who taught the resolving of enchantments, Barakajal, who taught astrology, Bifrons taught mathematics, Buer taught philosophy, logic, and ethics, Forkas taught logic and ethics, Pinmul, who corrupts humanity through writing, Farzup taught fornication and lust, Rahab, a fallen angel of pride, whose name means violence, Renob, who teaches rhetoric and art, Salas taught astronomy, Vapula taught handicrafts, science and philosophy, Zapar, who makes women love men. With the attributes of these fallen angels, give light why the earth is corrupt. With the above description, give the illustration of humanity being prepared for this present occasion. The Stone Age began approximately 2.5 million years ago. It may have ended in 2500 BC, that was 4520 years ago. They built huts made out of wood and animal skins, and seeking for food to survive was the main activity. Clothing came from animal skin, and they made tools from stone and wood. The Stone Age ended when people acquired the art of smelting metals. Following the Stone Age is the Bronze Age, which is a historic period, approximately 3300 BC to 1200 BC, that was characterized by the use of bronze. The bronze replaced stone as the preferred material for making tools and weapons. The Bronze Age brought development in agriculture and configured lifestyle pattern. Development led also to people acquiring skills in writing and irrigation. Advances led to the invention of the wheel and potter's wheel. The Bronze Age began in about 2900 BC in Mesopotamia, Southeast Asia, entered the Bronze Age at about 3300 BC. Europe entered the Bronze Age at about 3200 BC. Then there is the Atlantic Bronze Age, which followed the Bronze Age, that incorporated different cultures of Britain, France, Ireland, Portugal, and Spain. They traded with each other by boat. Commercialism continued with Sweden and Denmark to the Mediterranean. With the activity of commercialism in effect encouraged metal production. Major metal production ports were in southern England. The difference with the manufacturing of products of the Bronze Age and the Atlantic Bronze Age is the method in which the product was produced. For example, a cauldron in the Bronze Age would be as in the fashion of a complete molded piece, to compare with a cauldron in the Atlantic Bronze Age, where the fashion of a cauldron was improved in durability structure. The main difference with the cauldron of the Atlantic Bronze Age and the Bronze Age is that the cauldrons of the Atlantic Bronze Age are fashioned and fastened with rivets. Ireland, northwestern France, and western Iberia. In the Middle East, between 3000 and 2000 BC, people began using bronze instead of just stone. The age preceding the Atlantic Bronze Age is the Iron Age. The Iron Age is the final of the three-age division of the prehistory and proto-history of humanity. The concept has been mostly applied to Europe and the ancient Near East, but also, by analogy, to other parts of the Old World. The Iron Age began when the production of iron progressed to the point where iron tools and weapons replaced bronze items. This transition of the Bronze Age occurred in the 12th century BC. The technology migrated to the Mediterranean basin, South Asia, Central Asia, Eastern Europe, and Central Europe, and Northern Europe. The Iron Age fostered a tradition of innovation, where people developed ideas improvising on items, as the production of iron continued. The use of iron was popular until people learned how to make steel, a much harder metal, which consists of heating iron with carbon. The production of steel evolved from the beginning of the Iron Age. The modern steel industry was born when in 1856, Henry Bessemer developed a way to use oxygen to reduce the carbon content in iron. The Steel Age began in 1856, when the Bessemer process was patented, which allowed for the commercial production of large quantities of steel. The Plastic Age came into effect when Alexander Parkes, a metallurgist, and in 1869, John Wesley Hyatt made the first plastic. He called it celluloid because he made it from a plant called cellulose. In 1909, Leo H. Baekeland developed the first plastic made completely from synthetic materials. Baekeland named the new material bakelite. The advance from the Stone Age to the Steel Age culminates with a lot of nurturing to the extent of this present world system. The Stone Age represents the infant stage of development, the Bronze Age with the attachment of the Atlantic Bronze Age represents the elementary stage, and the Iron Age represents the secondary stage. The Steel Age represents the advanced stage. With the improvisation of products and services, have induced a burden on the earth and the contents of the earth, as our livelihood pertaining to obtaining sustenance, is from the earth and its resources, hence the written statement in the Bible with reference to the book of Romans 8 verse 21, which elaborate on the corruption of the earth, and the earth mourns. We would not hear when the earth mourn, but the reaction of the mourning would result in the manifestation of disasters. A lot of material are taken from the earth, with the earth receiving no recompense, because there is not a man-made system in place to ensure that the earth is recompensed. The earth was created to replenish itself, according to the principles of creation from the time era of the Garden of Eden. The innovative system is not compatible or in proportion with the replenishing process. The innovative system demands more provision to sustain its products and services. This experience of this satanic innovative system is carrying people on a one-way journey. Satan knows, especially around now, that escaping the lake of fire judgment is impossible, and is just persistent in his quest. People have to try to observe that the Edenic creation and the innovative system are of a different ambience, structuring and efficiency. It is evident, therefore, that the innovative system is in enmity with the Edenic creation towards destruction, having attachment that is geared to motivate people in compulsion towards being served by its attachments, meaning that the products and services we are compelled, in some areas, to partake in to survive, while those products and services, which can be avoided, is an hindrance to society in some way or another. Competing the Steel Age is the invention of carbon fiber. This material was invented by Sir Joseph Wilson Swan in 1860, to be used in an incandescent light bulb. Thomas Edison, in 1879, used cellulose-based carbon fiber filaments in some of the first light bulbs. The heat tolerance made them ideal electrical conductors. Carbon fibers are fibers about 5 to 10 micrometers in diameter, and composed mostly of carbon atoms. Carbon fibers have several advantages in efficiency, which are high stiffness, high tensile strength, low weight, high chemical resistance, high temperature tolerance, and low thermal expansion. Roger Bacon invented in 1958 petroleum-based carbon fibers. In 1963, a new carbon fiber manufacturing process was invented. This manufacturing process made a stronger carbon fiber product. The British National Research Development Corporation then licensed the process to Rolls-Royce, Several other types of carbon fiber have been invented. These fibers consist of 95% carbon, and have increased tensile strength and modulus of elasticity over previous inventions. Carbon fiber is also known as graphite fiber, that has the potential to replace steel, and is used in the manufacturing of aircrafts, race cars, and sporting equipment. Raw carbon fiber is usually produced in Asia. This material is known as polyacrylonitrile fiber, or PAN, and is heated to temperatures to make the fibers, as carbon fiber has the potential to replace steel, because of its high tensile strength and lightweight, which would occupy a place in areas such as energy, windmill blades, natural gas storage, transportation, and fuel cells. Carbon fiber dust is hazardous to electronics, because carbon fibers are electrically conductive. This dust can short out computers, and cause other digital device havoc. Fact of this product is that it is associated with lung damage. Carbon nanotube composite is the possible material to replace carbon fiber. Carbon nanotube composites are an emerging class of new materials that mix carbon nanotubes into metals and metal alloys. Carbon nanotubes are tubes made of carbon, with diameters measured in nanometers. A nanometer is a metric unit of length, equal to 1,000 millionth of a meter. The age we are encompassed in is the technological or information age, which began around 1970, and is a period that began in the mid-20th century, influenced by traditional industry that was established by the Industrial Revolution, based upon information technology. The technology or information age is also known as the computer age, digital age, or new media age. The information age has benefits towards efficient processing, transmission, storage and review of information. The information age has contributed to people being more educated. However, the information age has its hazards, such as people ambitious to live life on the internet, criminals, and criminal organizations can hack into government systems. It has also incited retrenchment. There are machines now used to do the work humans did. Jobs made obsolete. Use of items as cell phones and computers have health hazards. Brian By, former software engineer at Google, said, "I would say that we're currently in the transition from the information age to what I call the age of reckoning." What is the age of reckoning? The reckoning spoken of is to the nature of understanding the fact that technology can amplify both the best and the worst aspects for humanity, which would allow and investigate truths about humanity surviving in the system, and to install systems that would make the world a better place for humanity. Chapter 13. The Foundation. The founding and formation of the administration that govern the economic and commercial sectors had to be put in place. To this effect, the formation of the administration is base and dependent on politics, business and denomination, religion. These are the main areas. Satan had to prepare the human race for the innovative system, and to get Adam and Eve ready for the innovative system, he had to misconduct them, in so doing dividing them to rule them, with Satan deceiving Adam and Eve. Commenced the structuring of the innovative fabricated system. Satan could not have the authority over the earth, with Adam and Eve in their original profile, which is good and right. The good and right profile of Adam and Eve came about in their creation. In principle to their creation, the top half of the human is of goodness, and the bottom half is of righteousness. This part of the human being creation is one aspect of the perfection of the human being. When sin entered into Adam and Eve, through being disobedient, the sin element divided them from their original profile of goodness and righteousness. where the sin action replaced the righteousness with evil. That is one reason for Satan misconducting Adam and Eve. After the sin action, they are in the profile of good and evil. The sin action eliminate and replaced the righteousness with evil. In the good and evil condition, Satan can manipulate and manage the human race according to his will. He could not do that with the goodness and righteousness profile, for the reason the righteousness aspect is set to conduct the human being in righteousness. In this sinful condition, the human being would do evil things, as their walk is conducted with the element of evil. In this condition, the human race is ready for business. Associating with the conduct of the human being is the God gene, which is located in the human being blood supply. The God gene is in the blood supply of every human being, whether the person is of goodness and righteousness or wickedness. The Wikipedia definition of the God gene is: the God gene hypothesis proposes that human spirituality is influenced by heredity, and that a specific gene, called vesicular monoamine transporter 2, VMAT2, predisposes humans towards spiritual or mystic experiences. The idea has been proposed by geneticist Dean Hammer, in the 2004 book called The God Gene: How Faith is Hardwired into Our Genes. The God gene hypothesis is based on a combination of behavioral genetic, neurobiological, and psychological studies. The major arguments of the hypothesis are: 1. Spirituality can be quantified by psychometric measurements. 2. The underlying tendency to spirituality is partially heritable. 3. Part of this heritability can be attributed to the gene VMAT2. 4. This gene acts by altering monoamine levels. And 5. Spirituality provides an evolutionary advantage by providing individuals with an innate sense of optimism. VMAT2 codes are vesicular monoamine transporters that play a key role in regulating the levels of the brain chemicals serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. These monoamine transmitters are in turn postulated to play an important role in regulating the brain activities associated with mystic beliefs. The God gene is also associated with the perfection of man. With reference to the description of the VMAT2 codes, take notice of the fifth aspect, which is: spirituality provides an evolutionary advantage by providing individuals with an innate sense of optimism. The sin element intermingled with the optimistic aspect in the VMAT code, which altered Adam and Eve belief to act sinful. Viewing the second aspect of the VMAT code description, which states, the underlying tendency to spirituality is partially heritable. With the sin action done by Adam and Eve, the generations following would adopt like spiritual tendencies. That is the reason why everybody before birth is a sinner. We inherited the principle of the sin action done by Adam and Eve. Satan destroyed the human race in principle, whereby at that time, everybody was entitled to death, which death pertained to the lake of fire. With the human race in that condition, God saw it fitting to manifest himself in flesh to redeem humanity, and his redemptive work would depend on him doing a blood sacrifice. The reason for the blood sacrifice is because of the sin element entering into Adam and Eve, corrupting their blood supply, where the God gene lodges. Satan with this action lodged his sin gene in Adam and Eve blood supply, to challenge the God gene with the intent of destroying the God gene. He is also challenging God to enter into death, to redeem his most valuable creation. As for God to into death, is the only way to save humanity from the lake of fire judgment. With this challenge from Satan, challenging God to enter into death, the motive by Satan is that God would enter into death and be trapped in death. The misconduct of Adam and Eve by Satan have more than one reason. With this avenue, Satan tried to create to kill God did not bear fruit. It is evident to this extent and factual, where God manifested himself in flesh, coming in the name of Jesus Christ to enter into death. As we know, Jesus Christ got the victory when he rose from the dead, superseding death by coming out alive. This victory won by Jesus Christ indicates to Satan that the judgment of the lake of fire is a definite certainty. This challenge is Plan A. Plan B is the next motive of attack, which is to destroy the earth. The principle of this action is governed with terms and conditions that is factual to the concept, which is by destroying the earth is destroying God in principle. The reason for this concept is that the Word of God created all things, and the scriptures state that the Word is God and God is the Word. With this assumption, the view is clear why Satan made this economic and commercial world system, where the making of artificial products is a priority. The priority is about exploiting the earth and the resources, thereby corrupting the earth for destruction. The concept of Satan destruction is so well disguised with economics and commerce. There are some people who would not view the situation for the realistic nature pertaining to destruction, hence the reason for the innovative technology and devices. The material for manufacturing comes from the earth, and the product that is manufactured is geared to destroy the earth. That fact is proven as the elements of the technological products have displayed themselves as beneficial on one side, and adverse on the other side. That is why I was saying previously in the document, that Satan made this economic and commercial system to destroy the earth. Some people do not view themselves as slaves in some way or another to the plot of Satan, and how the system is set. Everybody is partaker in the plot to destroy the earth in some way or another. Inventions would continue to manifest as the destructive system of the plot depends on the manufacturing of artificial products to drain the earth. So in this instance, Satan is using the human race for his profit, and the present lifestyle is Plan B in effect, which is to destroy the earth before the time suggested for the lake of fire judgment. If Satan destroys the earth, he can win the throne and escape the lake of fire judgment. This illustration serves as showing one of the reasons Satan misconducted Adam and Eve, to have their generation work for him, being part of the corruption. The corruption is business. That is why the bottom half, righteousness, of the human being was removed in the Garden of Eden. It is meant to have people conduct an evil action that appear to be good. This good and evil profile of humans would allow humans to act with evil in a well-designed economic and commercial system, and that description is a living reality in front of our eyes. People sidetrack the principles of nature, which is evil and innovation, and place money in front that appear to be good. Hence the reason people involved in the exploration business would turn away from serving the law of goodness and righteousness, to serve the law of sin, which appear to be right. Just as how humanity was filtered in different stages to get to the concept of business, the education system is working with the same principle, as in nurturing people for the system, for people to be skilled in a profession that would be a contribution towards destroying the earth. There are the occupations that certify people as criminals towards the principles of the law of nature, like this oil and gas exploration business, and other related activities to this nature. In this instance, Satan is using God's creation to destroy God, like with the instant when Satan was tempting Jesus Christ in the wilderness. Satan was using the creative acts of God against God to have God subject to him. That event in the tempting of Jesus Christ in the wilderness is another attempt by Satan seeking to win the throne. and eliminate the lake of fire judgment. With the analysis, it is hopeful that people would be in agreement that the economic and commercial system, termed in the Bible as Babylon, was made by Satan to destroy the earth, and the first stage of this plot was the deceiving of Adam and Eve, to get control of the generations to follow for economic and commercial use. It is a noted fact that this world system is against the principles of God. It is because Satan designed the economic and commercial system with satanic attachments. That is one reason people should read the Bible, to get informed of the act towards counteracting this worldly system, to be skillful as in living in the system and not being part of the system traditions. The Bible is designed to administer this assistance to people, as Jesus Christ said, "It is not His will that any should perish." He came with the ministry of grace to save everybody. His ministry of grace is for those who believe. Satan knows that destroying the earth is impossible. The other option of escape for Satan is space exploration, where sourcing another planet to inhabit is a technical way of escape. If Satan source another planet to inhabit, he can escape the lake of fire judgment, as in that illustration. He would not be on earth for the judgment time factor, and doing something like that would win him the throne. Humanity is at Satan's leisure to his acts of escape and his ambition towards winning the throne. The system we live in is not what life is about. The purpose of life is to fear God and obey His commandments. That's what life is about. God created humanity to be subject to Him. Satan twisted the concept of God, which is for humanity to be subject to Him, to this present economic and commercial concept, of having humanity serve in sinful actions in diverse ways. The profile of the creation of the human being, which is goodness and righteousness, is what the doctrine of grace is getting humanity back to, also eliminating the sin gene intent of having people walk in sin, to the configuration of walking in righteousness. The truth about Adam and Eve creation is that they were created with the formula of goodness and righteousness, compounded to the formation of a human being. With the human race in the good and evil profile, is what Satan is utilizing in forming this present business system. That is what the sin element did when it entered Adam and Eve. It divided them. The gospel of grace, which Jesus Christ ministered in His ministry, should be considered with absolute attention, as He said in His words, "By grace are ye saved," which mean a lot, as the sacrifice of Himself paid for the removal of the bottom half of man, which after the sin action was replaced to evil, to put in position the righteous aspect, with instructions in goodness and righteousness according to grace. The bottom half would be fitted with the righteousness aspect. In that illustration, grace proves itself to abound even more, in saving people who believe. For the sake of clarity pertaining to the doctrine of grace, the doctrine of grace can be found in the Bible, which is contained in the New Testament, from the book of Matthew to the book of Revelation. The reason why the doctrine of grace is found in the New Testament is because the Bible is subdivided, as in the Old Testament from Genesis to Malachi is the contents of the law, and the New Testament from Matthew to Revelation is the contents of grace. Chapter 14. Elite slaves. The elite slaves are the people who generate the business sector, who serve against creation with their proposals. The elite society is that group of people who affiliate with the secret society organizations, such as the Freemasons and Illuminati secret societies. Especially with these two societies among others, is the way Satan is getting a lot of his corruptive work done. With prominent people in influential positions, would make the task easy to pass and amend laws, to govern the state, people, and resources, to the effect of corruption. The Rothschild family is the executive elite. They are not slaves to the public, they are slaves to Satan. They do not work for anybody other than Satan. They admit it publicly. The Rothschild family own the IMF. And they are part owners of the World Bank. And they own all the central banks in the world, except for North Korea, Cuba, and Iran. However, the situation changed. In 2000, when 7 countries were registered without a Rothschild-owned central bank, in their country, which are Afghanistan, Iraq, Sudan, Libya, Cuba, North Korea, Iran. They own the world through economics and commerce, and the income of wealth for the Rothschild family is generated through the central banks, among other businesses they own. With the statement Nathan Mayer Rothschild made about controlling the British money supply, illustrate the influence the Rothschild have in the economic and commercial sectors, and their power is from Satan, as Amictial Mayor James Rothschild in an interview said, that he had personally met with the devil in Colorado, and that the eye on the American $1 bill is the eye of Lucifer. This is how Satan is corrupting humanity. The business community and the politicians have to do business with the central bank, hence the reason for the different exploration projects that are conducted with hazardous effects within the economic and commerce sectors. The Rothschild family is the elite executives. The money that this innovative system generate is at the price the earth is paying without a refund, with this satanic family ruling the financial sector, manipulating people and organizations with the influence of money. Is possible. The Freemason Society and the Illuminati Society have people occupying different offices and departments. For example, a lot of politicians, business people, are Freemasons such as Simon Bolivar, Barack Obama, Silvio Berlusconi, Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, Thomas Maine, the inventor of Milo, Jesse Jackson, Oral Roberts, Charles Parham, who founded the Pentecostal Assembly, is a member of the Baxter Springs Masonic Lodge 12. Shaquille O'Neal, he is a Master Mason. Bill Gates, Queen Elizabeth II, George H.W. Bush, Steven Spielberg, Liverpool FC, Manchester United. There is a soccer lodge, football lodge, number 9921, lodge founder and Primus Master, David Lalana. 80 guests attended the lodge's consecration. Bill Starkey, lodge secretary, said, "Visitors to the lodge enjoy themselves, and the word is spreading." There is also a rugby football lodge, number 9811, on their web page. They advertise their motive, quote, "Freemasonry being a universal science, extending over the whole surface of the habitable globe." The United Grand Lodge of England has over 300,000 members working in nearly 8,000 lodges throughout England and Wales. With Freemason occupying sectors in the system, makes the job easier for Satan to manipulate and keep enforcing the plot to destroy the earth. In the denominational category, there are preachers and pastors with Freemasonry background. Joel Osteen, the hand sign Joel Osteen is displaying, is the devil horn. That hand sign is the 30. Likewise T.D. Jakes, with the same hand sign, the 30, that is a Freemason handshake. Kenneth Copeland is displaying the devil horn hand sign. Creflo Dollar likewise is displaying the same hand sign. Reinhard Bonk. There has to be some significance with the pastors displaying that particular hand sign, the illustration certifying them to be of a Freemason or Illuminati background. With this kind of structuring, Satan can deceive people through these pastors and preachers, which they do with the prosperity ministry, which is the wrong ministry, the ministry should be of principality, which is sorting the conduct of goodness and righteousness according to grace. Charles Stanley is displaying a Freemason hand sign, James Robison displaying the pyramid, Joyce Meyer along with John Hagee, Benny Hinn, William Schnoebelen, Yona Metzger, Paula White, Christine Kane. The photos are evidence to support the fact that these pastors are wolves in sheep's clothing. The Pope is also included in the Freemason hand sign activity. Here the Pope is in a room with furniture displaying the square and compass. Politicians are also in the network, President Obama and the Pope with Masonic handshake, Nicolas Sarkozy, Jean-Claude Juncker, displaying the pyramid, André Boisclair, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Also sport personalities are involved in the Freemason network, Usain Bolt. These people have sold their souls, for the value of the world, and at the same time Satan is using them for his use in diverse capacities towards corrupting the earth and the environment. This is a message the Illuminati advertise on their website. It is as follows: Hello, do you want to join the Illuminati, and be rich, famous, and powerful for the rest of your life? Benefits given to new member who join the Illuminati: $90 million into your bank account, $600,000 weekly salary, a car value at $400,000, award contract worth $500 million, a house in any country of your own choice, and a free visa to your dream country. Total lifestyle changes. That offer have what it takes to attract people to the Illuminati society. Because of the material gain, there are people advancing to the society for self-righteousness. With the structuring of the Freemason and Illuminati society, Satan has humanity at his will towards this fabricated system, illustrated as the reality of life, generated by the dollar. The dollar is the main pivot to engulf people in activities that relate to sin in some way or another, regardless of how simple the action might appear. With the above illustrated, with the prominent people who have sold their souls, give light into the fact why Satan misconducts Adam and Eve, to get the authority of the earth from Adam, to corrupt and work towards destroying the earth. By using humanity to destroy the earth, as mentioned previously, Satan can win the throne in that way, as the Word of God created the earth. Destroying the earth unto Satan is destroying God, because the Word is God and God is the Word. As a matter of fact, if Satan destroy any of God's creative acts in one day, he can win the throne. In this case, the act have to be done in one day. For example, if Satan destroy all the birds in one day, he can win the throne in that way. Likewise, if he can destroy all the fishes in one day, he can win the throne in that way. That is why for this destructive reason the environment is corrupt. It is a conspiracy plotted by Satan, to escape the lake of fire judgment and win the throne. A lot of the astronauts are Freemasons, and a lodge was established on the moon. On July 20, 1969, Edwin Eugene Buzz Aldrin, a member of Clear Lake Lodge No. 1417, was instructed by the Grand Master of Texas to claim Masonic territorial jurisdiction for the Grand Lodge of Texas on the Moon. The area the astronauts landed on the Moon is an area known as the Sea of Tranquility. NASA opened a special lodge for astronauts. At the same time, Satan is seeking a way out of the judgment of the lake of fire via space exploration. If they inhabit another planet before the judgment time, Satan can win the throne in that way on technicality, based on the principle that they are not on Earth for the judgment. That is what I was saying previously. Satan fabricated this system to manipulate humanity and the earth for his plot of destruction. It is just how the economic and commercial system is set. There are people contributing to Satan's plot knowingly and unknowingly. The attachment and influence of the dollar have a lot to do with the activity of misconduct in diverse ways, as products and services are labeled with a price. The manufacturing industry have a lot of Freemasons' contribution. Alexander Keith founded the Alexander Keith Brewery. He was initiated in 1816 at St. John No. 118, Sunderland, Scotland. The Hoover Company was founded by Frank G. Hoover and William McKinley, Lodge No. 431, Ohio. Maytag Corporation was founded by Frederick L. Maytag. He was initiated at Newton Lodge No. 59, Iowa. Dr. James Naismith invented basketball. He was initiated at Roswell Lee Lodge, Springfield, Massachusetts. KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, founded by Colonel Harland Sanders, was initiated at Lodge No. 651, Henryville, Indiana. Macy's was founded by Roland Macy. He was initiated at Merrimack Lodge, Haverhill, Massachusetts. Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple Computers, was initiated in 1979 at Charity Lodge No. 362 in Campbell, California. King Camp Gillette founded Gillette. He was initiated at the Adelphi Lodge, Quincy, Massachusetts. Thomas Maine, who invented Milo, was a Freemason. Molson Canadian was founded by John Molson, Sr. Master of St. Paul's Lodge, Lipton Tea, founded by Thomas Lipton. He was a member of Lodge Scotia No. 178. Wendy's Restaurants was founded by Dave Thomas, initiated at Solution D. Bayless Lodge No. 359, Fort Wayne, Indiana. J.C. Penney was founded by James Cash Penney. He was initiated at Wasatch Lodge No. 1, Salt Lake City. With Adam in the good and right profile, Satan cannot get the human race to work for him. He had to configure Adam to good and evil to get the evil deeds done. In this condition of good and evil, in principle Adam and Eve, along with humanity, would be walking or conducting in evil. Hence the reason for the improvising of the innovative system, and the corruption accompanying the nature of its action, in the manufacturing of artificial products. That is how important the Freemason and Illuminati societies are to Satan, which is eventually leading to the establishment of the New World Order, which is Satan's final consolation in taking people to hell with him. People who have sold their souls to Satan would regret that option in so doing, to accommodate a wealthy and luxurious lifestyle. This is what Jesus Christ is speaking about. What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? There is no profit. The glory and prestige that people enjoy who have sold their souls is likened to 5 minutes of enjoyment with worldly attachment, for a reward of eternal damnation in the lake of fire. The politicians and business people, along with the denomination societies, from the above information and illustration, prove the fact that they are all knitted and networking for the same cause in different ways. The notion about the choice that people make in selling their souls to Satan is obnoxious. Why they did not put trust in Jesus Christ? That question is related to greed. Satan is not the author of life. This is a factor people should consider, especially in places like America and England. Selling of souls is part of their culture. With people affiliated to these secret societies, involved in the exploration business, giving the reason why the earth is corrupt, they are working towards the prerogative and agenda of the society. Chapter 15 The Day the Earth Stood Still. The Day the Earth Stood Still is a science fiction movie based on a humanoid alien visitor who comes to Earth, accompanied by a robot, to deliver a message that will affect the entire human race. The humanoid alien emerges from the flying saucer, which landed in Washington, D.C. The President of the United States of America is given a device by the humanoid alien. The device is for the President to use to study life on other planets. Movies are made with a purport to the agenda of the Freemasons and the New World Order intentions. In this movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still is in contrast to already mentioned proposals by prominent people. Henry Kissinger said, if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond, an alien invasion, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence, it is then that all peoples of the world will plead to deliver them from this evil. The movie is depicting in principle what Henry Kissinger said about an outside threat. With these kind of movies, they are informing and preparing the public for an occasion set according to their agenda. With an event happening, people would say that they saw it in the movie, therefore it is real and factual. Norio Hayakawa, a UFO investigator and lecturer who said, quote, "This plan is called Project Panic, and that high-technology equipment will be used to create an optical illusion of a UFO invasion." From that statement made by Norio Hayakawa, it is evident that an elusive alien attack is on the agenda. This action of an elusive alien invasion is in contrast to establishing of the New World Order. Ronald Reagan made a similar comment to this effect of an alien invasion, as in him saying, perhaps we need some outside, universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish, if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. The reason why they are speaking like that is because the event of an alien invasion is already drafted for activation. Henry Kissinger is a Freemason. He belongs to the Swiss Grand Lodge Alpina. Ronald Reagan is also a Freemason. He is a member of the Scottish Rite Mason. Hollywood is Masonic-oriented, and portraying in different movies the intent of the Freemason Society. This illustration can be compared with the manufacturing of the cell phone. The cell phone was advertised in comic format before it was established in public. These movies serve also as messages to Freemason members. Satan has his people fitted in different categories in the system, where the proposing and amending of laws would and can be adjusted to the agenda of the Freemason timetable. Hence the reason for the already prepared disasters pertaining to the exploration business, and the hazardous effects of its operation to nature and humanity. The situation of climate change and global warming would not change. This is purposely done to corrupt the earth towards destruction. The New World Order first commandment is to maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. The level of corruption would allow 500 million people to survive on the earth at that time. The corruption, therefore, is to have the New World Order administration manipulate people as advertising themselves as heroes for humanity, in structuring a system to sustain people in difficult times. It should be clear by now how Satan is using this fabricated system to administrate his will of destruction. This is his last option, to enslave as much people as possible for the lake of fire. Satan has to justify unto himself that he cannot destroy God, and he cannot destroy the creative acts that God created. His consolation is the establishment of the New World Order, to carry as much people as possible. That is a consolation to Satan, as the human being is God's most important creation. With reference to the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still, is the intention based on the title of the movie, for Satan to win the throne. The administration of the politicians and preachers are to distract people from the real issues. In the case of the preachers, why are they displaying occult hand signs, claiming to be followers of Jesus Christ? That illustration explains itself to the effect that they are of a Freemason or Illuminati background working for the agenda, the ambience of power they have due to the position they occupy and the income of finance, have themselves contained in a bubble of blasphemy that does not matter. They for a fact do not follow a lot of the instructions in the New Testament. Having the New Testament in their hands, what have to be noticed is that they do not give regular sermons on the New World Order or against the Vatican. This action has its motive, as they cannot give such sermons because of business reasons. They are harlots to their mother the Vatican. Likewise the politicians, they are slaves to the Vatican as well. The Vatican is an administrator of the system in a lot of areas. With the connection and influence of the Vatican, would make a lot of transactions possible. The Vatican is of a Freemason background as well. They belong to the same brotherhood with different attires. This Catholic priest is attired with Freemason attachments, as with the chain and gloves. Michael Wenninger, a Catholic priest, proposed that Catholics can be Freemasons, and is using his position to recruit Freemasons in the Roman Curia. Catholics are protesting for Michael Wenninger to be excommunicated. He is also a Freemason chaplain to 3 lodges. Proof of affiliation would extend to the occasion when Freemasons were in St. Peter's Square in 1917. This activity proved the alliance of the Freemasons and Catholics. Mention was made of other Catholic priests who are involved in Freemasonry. Cardinal Daniels participates in Masonic meetings, dressed in Masonic regalia. In 2008, he was attired in the ritual white garments of Freemasonry, to address the Masonic temple in Belgium. Archbishop Pontier is also reported to be a Freemason, and is a member of the Grand Orient de France. Previously was shown the hand sign that the Pope displays related to Freemasonry, which would align with the facts stating that the Vatican is of a Freemason affiliation. The structuring of the system is built on the political, denominational, economical, commercial and business platforms where the Vatican, Freemasons, and Illuminati have charge in the affairs of each category, to administer this fabricated and innovative system. With the concept of the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still, is the intent of having the Earth stop rotating. This is another option that would win Satan the throne. The position Satan and his demons are in demands attention and effort, which demand and effort would be to eliminate God. That is Satan's only hope for escaping the lake of fire judgment and winning the throne. With the analysis, it is acknowledged why Satan deceived Adam and Eve to climax to this present occasion, in structuring a fabricated worldly system. Chapter 16. Conclusion. The fabricated world system is at its peak of termination, as Satan is on his last resort and consolation, which is the structuring of the New World Order government. The position Satan, his demons and people who have sold their souls to Satan, are likened to when garbage is disposed from the kitchen to the garbage dump. When Satan and the 1/3 was expelled from heaven, they were already in the garbage truck going to the dump. They know that they are in a no-return position. Their consideration is likened to when you dispose garbage to the garbage dump. You do not retrieve the garbage, because you do not want the garbage in your house. That is their position with God. They are never going to come out from where they are going. The final stage of their journey is likened to when the garbage is in the dump waiting to be eliminated. This stage is the lake of fire. For this reason people should get acquainted with Jesus Christ and His gospel of grace. and that is the reason why Satan designed this fabricated system, to rob people of their salvation. Satan is corrupting people with the innovativeness of manufacturing artificial products with features and money. Life is not about having plenty money, a house, and a car. Life is about serving God, His Word and works. We were made subject to Him. Our part in life is to exercise goodness and righteousness. As in the said condition, Adam and Eve were created. The order of grace is bringing us back to that principle of creation of the human being, motivating in goodness and righteousness. This opportunity we have to assume a graceful character and attitude is a one-time offer. This offer of assuming a graceful lifestyle, to be elected for eternal life, is not coming again. God in His discretion manifested Himself in flesh. That is how urgent the mission to save humanity is to God. He helped us by sacrificing Himself to conquer death for us to be considered for eternal life, based on believing on Him. That is why, for this reason, the system is corrupt, to rob people of their salvation, with a lot of playful artificial toys that have a realistic appearance, and at the same time giving the impression that life is about obtaining these artificial products. The Bible as known was tampered with pertaining to its content. That was done to discourage people from reading the Bible. In that way people would not know the truth. The Bible was configured, giving Satan the opportunity to advertise himself as Jesus Christ. This is an action the denominational assemblies are helping out with in a very big way, as they are not giving thanks and praises to the right Jesus Christ. The profile of Jesus Christ presently depicted is not Jesus Christ. The photo of the present depiction is a person from Italy named Cesare Borgia. The Vatican gave the world this photo to worship. Another reason why the Vatican is of abominations. They know the truth about this Cesare Borgia profile, and are not educating people. Likewise, the ministers of assemblies are the upholders, misconducting people with this false portrayal of Jesus Christ. When the book of Revelation state that Jesus Christ is of a dark complexion, as in Revelation 1 verse 15, His feet were like fine brass, as if refined in a furnace, and His voice as the sound of many waters. And in Revelation 2 verse 18, and to the angel of the church in Thyatira write, these things says the Son of God, who has eyes like a flame of fire, and His feet like fine brass. Both verses have one thing in common, which is, His feet like fine brass. For the sake of the expression fine brass, it is suggested that Jesus Christ's complexion is dark. Jesus Christ is from the lineage of King David. These are photos of King David lineage. The preachers are not preaching this truth. They are working for Satan and preaching a lie, which is accompanied by a prosperity ministry, when the ministry should be of principality. The Bible was configured so people would not be interested in reading it, as it would appear that it is a book that contradicts itself, with information missing. It would appear to be so. On the 25th December, Cesare Borgia or Satan is getting the praises, as people are looking up to the wrong Jesus Christ. In this situation, Satan is using Jesus Christ's name to protect his satanic profile, and eliminate people of their salvation, to the effect of losing their 30% value. It is assumed that salvation for the human race starts at 30% good and right. This analysis is confirmed to the giving of rewards, which entails some being given 30 folds, 60 folds, and 100 folds. The reason for people getting 30 folds is because they are 30% good and right. That is what their conduct is equivalent to. In principle of conduct in goodness and righteousness, 30% good and right conduct represents belief in Jesus Christ, and that is the factor that Satan is playing around with. to win souls, setting the fellowship system to worship him, thereby, people losing their salvation, as in looking up to the wrong Jesus Christ. People have to manage their life towards reading the scriptures for themselves, and asking God in Jesus Christ's name, to give the understanding that is necessary to conduct oneself in goodness and righteousness, which is very and absolutely important for us, pertaining to our salvation of eternal life. It is advisable to read the scriptures in a chronological order, from Genesis to Revelation, doing so reading a chapter a day. If you miss a chapter, still read one chapter. Start from Genesis 1 in that order, to Revelation 22. In reading it will be discovered that the preachers of assemblies are not following the entirety of the scriptures, especially instructions in the New Testament. The known fact towards the conclusion of this matter is that the system is not going to change for the better. This fabricated system would continue as mentioned previously, when Jesus Christ come to establish his kingdom on earth. That is the only time the earth will be relieved of the corruption stated in the book of Romans 8 verse 21, because the creation itself also will be delivered from the bondage of corruption, into the glorious liberty of the children of God. The verse says, that because Jesus Christ will be coming to provide the liberty by setting up his kingdom. The projections they establish of the system continuing until 3050, for example, is a fictitious assumption. That is what they are hoping for, a fabricated system, to be in progress forever. Prophecies in the scriptures have to be fulfilled, and this fabricated system is not going to stop the doctrine of the scriptures. The absolute best choice for people is to work around the system, instead of working directly into it. Working around the system is adopting and conducting with the order of grace. Jesus Christ put this system of grace in effect for our salvation. Satan and his demons are jealous of the human race salvation, as human beings can get forgiveness, and Satan and his demons cannot get forgiveness. Satan threw away his opportunity for forgiveness. When he was instructed to bow to Adam at his creation, Satan did not bow to Adam, because he said that Adam was created after him, and is less attributed to him. In Satan's quest, he is acting with vengeance as in misconducting people, with the principles of this fabricated system. Worldly conduct would pertain to how some people dress. The dress code of some people are not in alignment with the scriptures, as in 1 Timothy 2 verse 9, in like manner also, that the women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with propriety and moderation, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly clothing, also in Ephesians 5 verse 18, and do not be drunk with wine, in which is dissipation, but be filled with the Spirit, with reference to Titus 2 verse 3, the older women likewise, that they be reverent in behavior, not slanderers, not given to much wine, teachers of good things. The scripture also state that a good minister is not given to much wine. According to the scriptures, drinking wine is not a sin. The scriptures is advising that one should drink wine with discretion. Jesus Christ himself drank wine, as it is written in the book of Matthew 11 verse 19, the Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, look, a glutton and a wine-bibber, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is justified by her children. The casino life have consequences as well. This activity is viewed as people robbing each other in playing a game. It is also a form of extortion. The tattoo fashion is worldly, as the scriptures advise that a person should not adorn nor glorify themselves. These are the actions among many that will take people to the lake of fire. That is what the fabricated system is about, disguised with attractive entities, to get people involved in misconduct activities. Reading the Bible regularly, attentively, and comprehensively would allow people to know what life is about, and how to conduct life according to God's doctrine. The conclusion of this matter is targeted to the executives to gross large incomes from the oil and gas exploration. Charf Suki, Chenyer Energy, Incorporated. Income $141,949,280. Tom Ward, Sandridge Energy, Incorporated. $71,119,765 income, salary $974,539. J.S. Watson, Chevron Corporation, $24,017,303 income, salary $1,770,833. Ryan Lance, ConocoPhillips Company, $19,852,892 income, $7,270,457 salary and bonus. Paul Kibsgaard, Schlumberger Limited, $22,837,540 income, salary $1,700,000. The financial figures of executives of oil and gas companies give one of the reasons why that industry is an ongoing business. As said, we cannot change any of the policies in the system, especially with reference to the oil and gas industry, but we can change our conduct to suit the requirements of God according to grace, to live in a better system, pertaining to when Jesus Christ would establish his kingdom on earth. Additional information. The following are unique and interesting findings that illustrate the craftsmanship of God, pertaining to his creative acts. Mexican walking fish. This is a fish that have legs. Likewise, the rainbow Mexican walking fish, and the gold albino axolotl. The basket tree, with its unique trunk and sculptured appearance. Rainbow eucalyptus, fascinating because of the fashion of the colored trunk. Angel oak tree. Among the birds, there are the golden pheasant, keel-billed toucan, wood duck. Landscapes would be as follows: craters and lagoons, Iceland. Ice caves, Iceland. Forest, Slovenia. Coral reefs, streams with a perfected ambience and structure. Also fascinating forest area. Mangroves with their eco support, along with nature resorts, are all in danger of the calamities of the innovative system. The undermining chaos is hidden and goes undetected to some people in the public, as the administration distracts people with the worldly entities that compound in the everyday livity, which is compulsory as daily survival, depends on acquiring products and services manufactured and provided by the economic and commercial services. That is why it is so very important to pray to God, in Jesus Christ's name, for the products and services that we have to partake in to sustain ourselves. As mentioned previously, the system is not going to change. Configuration would come about when Jesus Christ establishes his kingdom on earth.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.